morning, Director Allen. We haven't quite started yet.
Thank you. Trying to find the right background.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. If you could all take your seats, we're going to call the meeting to order. District Secretary, can you please call the roll? Certainly. Director Foley?
Present.
Vice President Lee? Here. Director McPartlin?
Here.
Director Rayburn?
Here.
Director Simon? Here. Director Allen?
Here.
Director Ames?
Here.
Director Dufty? President Saltzman?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartlin, would you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself as well as all subordinate legislative bodies to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be available via teleconference and in person. If you've joined us in the room and you'd like to speak on any issue on our agenda, you can fill out one of these blue cards that are in the back and hand it to our district secretary. And if you are joining us via Zoom, you can raise your hand to speak. So moving on to introduction of special guests, we have one special guest, but we'll get to that in a moment. But any other special guests besides Director Ortiz? Okay, then we'll move on to the report of the board president, which is brief today. And I just want to mention that our next meeting, it will be a shorter meeting with no regular business. We will be voting in the new president and vice president for the next year. And we will also be doing our toy donation. BART employees have been working really hard to gather toys for BOSS and Berkeley, and we'll be doing the actual giving of the toys at that meeting. So that will be a fun meeting. I don't believe we have any board committee reports. Is that correct? And sorry, do we have any public comment on item 2 or 3?
I didn't receive any speaker cards and I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then we will move on to item 4, which is board matters. You can see on the agenda, we have 3 resolutions, but we only have one of the people here, which is AC Transit Director Elsa Ortiz. Councilmember Amy Worth and Therese McMillan are not able to come today, but they are able to come to a meeting in January. So we're just going to postpone those resolutions. So we're not going to vote on those 2 today, and we'll bring those back in January when they can join us. So we're just going to move forward today with the resolution commending Elsa Ortiz, president of the board of directors of AC Transit. I think all of us here know President Ortiz very well. I've been so lucky to work very closely with her since before I was on the BART board. She was somebody who, worked with me and helped me when I was first running, and the whole time we've had a great relationship. We used to both have jobs that were in Sacramento often, and so we'd have lots of meetings on the Capitol Corridor trains together riding up to Sacramento. She, helped reform the joint BART and AC Transit Committee. We worked on that together along with Director Chris Peoples and at the time Director Tom Radulovich here. And we've all been working so closely since then. And I think she's been really a key at getting our agencies to work so much more closely together. So I wanted to congratulate her on her retirement, but also say it's a loss to not just the AC Transit, but Bay Area Transit overall. She's made such a huge impact, and we're all really grateful for your work and your leadership. So if you have a few comments, we'd appreciate those, and then I will open it up to public comment and then to the board.
Thank you. Thank you, President Salzman, for your kind words. And thank you, BART colleagues, for this acknowledgement. It has been an honor to work alongside BART board members and general managers present and past and staff to deliver quality public transit to the residents of the Bay Area. I am proud of the collaboration between AC Transit and BART, particularly through the BART AC Transit Interagency Liaison Committee. I truly believe our efforts have improved service coordination, and planning efforts between our two agencies. Over the years, our collaboration led to joint projects like the Early Bird Express service, bus bay improvement at several BART stations, the AC Transit BRT Southern Terminus in San Leandro at the San Leandro BART station, and ensuring that AC Transit operators have access to restrooms at BART stations. Thank you, thank you. Tremendous help for our operators. I wish you continued success and ongoing collaboration with AC Transit Board. I am confident that I leave my word in good hands with newly elected board member, Sarah Syed, who will now represent the city of Alameda and portions of Oakland and San Leandro. Thank you for 16 wonderful years working together and improving our transit systems for the people in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we do have a speaker card from Alita Dupree. I see it's noted here you wanted to speak on Amy Worth, but you're welcome to come up on speak on either her or on Elsa. It's on the agenda, so go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman, Alita Dupree. For the record, she and her. I am going to talk about Amy Worth.
Okay, can you hear me? Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk mostly about Amy Worth because I have the chance. Can't say I know the other two very well, but I'm grateful for them as well. I've known Amy Worth for about 5.5 years. When I discovered MTC meetings, because I looked at the Clipper webpage and it said Metropolitan Transportation Commission on it. I thought, okay, don't confuse this with the MTA in New York City. And found agendas and Clipper Executive Board. And I saw this group called the Bay Area Toll Authority Oversight Committee. I said, well, this is interesting. I've had electronic tolling when I had a car. And I went to a meeting and Amy Worth was chairing that meeting. But much more so than Amy Worth having been a very dedicated, longtime public servant, not just in the bridges and tunnels, the bridge system, there's New York again, tunnels, and MTC. And I believe Amy was chair of MTC at one time. But when I showed up there and spoke, it was the welcome I had. I quote Hugh Carey. Don't know if any of you have ever really heard of Hugh Carey. I'm sure some of you have. And he said something like this: I would like to be remembered as somebody who cared a great deal about people. And that's really what Amy Worth is all about, is caring about people. And I've gone to these meetings on Zoom and in person in the past, and I have gotten to meet Amy a few times. But it's the welcome that I had as an ordinary member of the public, being able to engage with MTC. And yes, I've spoken at AC Transit, had welcome there, and I've met Therese, and I'm grateful for all three. But I just want to say about Amy, I'm going to miss you, because you showed me the welcome, and that's what this work is all about. It's about caring for people, and Amy did it, and did it with style. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
I don't see any hands raised, President Saltzman.
Okay, so then I'll go to directors. I don't see any hands. Okay, it is easier if you can use it, but I'll go right now to Director Simon and then Ames. And if you need help, let us know. We can get you help on figuring out how to
I
request to speak.
apologize. I'm
No
being
problem.
so belated with the technology. I just have a couple short comments. Ms. Ortiz, seeing you over the past in my 6 years being with this institution, there are 3 things I just want to lift up. In a meeting with Ms. Ortiz, you'll know that she reads everything 5 times and always correlates the data with the real life experience of real folks. So thank you for that. Being a teacher, being one of the few people of color in leadership in the country.
during the height of the COVID crisis, that your service would be free to those who are cleaning homes, caring for the sick, children who had to get to and fro. You created a revolutionary model in this country of what should be when the city, a locale is in crisis, and how public service could show up. I watched those meetings. Lack of fear in doing the right thing. And then I think thirdly, watching and knowing and understanding you've been in this game for almost 2 decades with a regular job, with a family, and you always show up. It has just been such an honor to watch and learn from you.
Knowing that you're retired, but I doubt you're done. So thank you so much for being an amazing model for really pushing, I think, the sector ahead nationally. And we'll never, ever, I think, forget that work that you did during just the horrific crisis in this country. You showed us how to do it. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames?
Thank you. I just want to thank Elise Ortiz because I haven't worked with her a long time, but I attended a meeting regarding this highway I'm trying to fight in Union City. It's called the Quarry Lakes Parkway. And Elise spoke up and said, we want to create a bus-only lane on Dakota Road. She was outspoken, she was aggressive, and she had the staff there to back it up, saying that we had hundreds of buses that would traverse on Dakota Road. And the focus became Dakota Road, which is an existing major arterial that we want to have improved and not create another arterial in our community. And I just want to thank you, Elise, because when I saw you speak, you were so brave, outspoken, correct. You had the data to back it up, to promote this bus-only lane concept. And I just really admire you for speaking up like that. It is hard to stick your neck out, and you have no fear. Just as Director Simon said, you have absolutely no fear, and I love that about you, and I hope you continue whatever you do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other director comments? I bet Director Rayburn wants to get in.
I can only add that you've been a mentor in helping to restore a solid partnership between AC Transit and BART through our liaison committee. And we have a collaboration that didn't exist in this agency before. And thanks to your hard work, that collaboration is strong. And with the continuation of the leadership at AC Transit, I see that collaboration continuing into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if there aren't any further board comments, we have an actual physical resolution. We'd like to all come up and take a photo. So if folks can join me in front of the dais.
Oh, we have to take a vote.
Oh, sorry, we do. Sorry. Can I have, thank you. We'll do that first. Can I have a motion?
I'll move. Second.
I have a motion by Vice President Lee and a second by Director Simon. So let's go to the vote.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon, Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
So now let's do the photo. Thank you. Now we will move on to item 5, the consent calendar. Are there any requests to remove items from the consent calendar?
Madam President, I wish to pull item H, the bulk fuel purchase agreement, for a brief discussion.
Okay, so we'll pull item H. Any other requests to pull items? Okay.
I'd like to move the calendar.
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Director McPartlin, a second from Director Rayburn. That's the full consent calendar except item H. And we do have a request to speak from Alita Dupree. So please come speak.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I'm going to talk about some consent items. Definitely want to continue our virtual meeting capability. And we definitely need to approve this PayPal Braintree item because I use my Visa card to load Clipper, and I may have to use it at a vending machine someday. You never know if I want to add money to my Clipper. So that's important. And I'm going to talk about H here, because that is part of the agenda. And I am pleased that there is a renewable diesel fuel component in here, because we just shouldn't be burning straight petroleum diesel. So we're buying that. That should be a standard going forward to make our system as renewable as possible. But I would hope all of these items, including H, will be approved today. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any virtual public comment?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll go to we'll go to the vote on the consent calendar and then we'll go to H. So it's the full consent calendar except item H. Let's go to the vote.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon, Director Allen, Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go to item H. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President. I'm sorry. Thank you. The $38 million being spent appears in a table as a flat line each year expenditure. And I think given the climate crisis, I have serious difficulties not seeing a declining expenditure in this amount. I know that BART has worked hard to create a sustainability plan, and that policy has been adopted along with a recent report for 2021. It's an excellent report and staff have done a great job. However, that report does not reflect the continued emissions from BART's non-revenue fleet. I suggest that the BART board president, incoming board president, work with staff to restore the ad hoc sustainability committee to assess these performance metrics and action tables in the report so that we can see whether or not we're actually not just replacing a few vehicles with EVs, but seeing a decrease in the amount of fuel, fossil fuel, that's being purchased by the district over the long time. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board for further discussion or motions on the bill.
Any discussion, question, or a motion?
I'll move to approve this item.
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice President Lee, a second by Director Dufty. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then we'll go to the vote.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes, and I wish to record a yes vote for the consent calendar, the remainder of the consent calendar.
thank you. I will note that your yes vote. Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Dufty,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, then let's move on to item 6, the General Manager's Report.
Good morning, President Saltzman, members of the BART Board. A brief update here on my General Manager's Report at this meeting. So as a reminder, this is the topic of Shop with a Cop. We've talked about this at my last GM's report, but BART PD, and the chief is in the audience here, and Oakland PAL have partnered up for this is the 8th annual Shop with a Cop. It's December 15th. From 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and it's at the San Leandro Walmart that's on Hesperian Boulevard. And you can also do donations via Venmo and checks and cash. So just a reminder to the board and the public on that. COMTO, which is the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, tomorrow evening, Friday evening, BART is supporting the Northern California chapter of COMTO by sponsoring and attending their annual Scholarship and Industry Awards event being held in Oakland. I believe it's right down the street at the new hotel here. The GM's office and several staff will be present along with directors, is my understanding. Director Lee will be in attendance and maybe even making the award there. Director Rayburn will be there, Director Simon, and maybe other directors there. So anyway, that's tomorrow evening, right down the street here at the new hotel. Ridership. So ridership for the week of Thanksgiving was about 630,000. That's for the whole week. And if you compare that to Thanksgiving week of the prior year, that was about 518,000. And so that's about just north of a 20% increase week to week, comparing those two time periods. So we're starting to come back up a little bit. And then we also look at, and Pam's in the audience here, AGM of budgets and performance and budgets. We also looked at, what was going on at SFO. And SFO was 42,000 passengers during that same week. And the prior year, they were at 35,000. And so that's a considerable increase both in, over the week and then, kind of what's coming in from the air. So we continue to monitor transportation, and in my conversations with many of you, where, the ridership and is always front and center with us. And the last point I wanted to make out here is, this is our DBE award data. This is what we report to the feds, to FTA on our DBE. This is the annual number for FY22. And the total dollars to DBEs that BART has pushed down to DBEs and out and got out is just a shade, not even a shade, $21 million. That we've allotted, which is about 26, almost 27% of the total dollars went to DBEs in calendar year 22. And I think Macio's in the audience here. I think that's the most we've ever done. Is that correct, Mr. Wiggins?
It's very close.
It's very close.
That is only the federal dollars.
Just the
larger number is significantly above that $20 million. So that's a very significant contribution.
Yeah, this is just the federal portion. So
Thanks to the boss, like the general manager, and then Sylvia and Shane for all their hard work.
Again, so we continue to make a difference and be part of the community, and we're going to continue to do that. So that's my general manager's report, President Salzman, Vice President Lee, and members of the board.
Thank you. And we have one request to address the board, Alita Dupree.
Thanks again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Always love a good general manager's report. Basically talk about ridership. Ridership is very important to me. I talk it a lot because ridership is at the heart of what we do. And I want more people to get on this system, and we're getting there. I know December is probably going to be a bit of a slack month. We're still behind New York. I guess we're at 40% now. New York's, I think, around 60 something. So how do we emphasize the importance of the benefit of getting back on these trains? I used BART to get here to this meeting, and it was fine. So I'm adding something to that when I'm here. So we just got to keep working on that. Because what is ridership about? It's about the people. Because BART is the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment requests? Oh, I see one.
We have one hand raised, and we will go to Jake, excuse me, please go ahead.
Hi, just to be clear, we're on subject 7, the public comment for items that.
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay, sorry.
The next item. So if you're
Okay.
on that, just wait just a couple moments.
Okay, thank you.
We're on the general manager's report. So if there's no further public comment on the general manager's report, are there any board comments or questions?
I can't hear you.
And if not, we can move on to the next item, which is item 7, public comment, and we can go to the person who just spoke, and then I'll come back to Alita.
Jake, please go ahead.
Hi, I am currently a student at, can you all hear me? Unmute.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, I'm currently a student at San Jose State University, and I'm enrolled in a political science class where I'm required to research a local government body that interests me. I frequently use the BART, and so does my girlfriend who lives in Berkeley. And more often than not, she has a story of a situation where she felt uncomfortable or unsafe in the BART, and there was nothing to protect her. A common question I've always had is when she tells me the stories is why there's no one like to request or no one patrolling the BART carts as they pass through less than safe areas. I've seen BART police at the stations, but never on the actual trains to request for help. My question is, why is there no system for immediate service from an active member of the BART police when there's a person aboard that portrays dangerous behavior? And if so, if such a system is in place, how come I have not seen it in action?
Thank you for your comment. I think we should have your contact info through Zoom, and I'd like to ask the chief to follow up. Also, Jake, if you're able to stay for our meeting, I think we'll discuss some of these issues much later in the meeting when we get to the quarterly performance report, but it is definitely something we're focusing on. And now I'll go to Lita Dupree, and if anybody else wants to make a general public comment, please either fill out a blue speaker card or raise your hand on Zoom.
All right, thanks again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm getting used to this lovely boardroom. I think I can call it stately. How about that? I think we got a stately boardroom here. Kind of giving me a taste of when I go to New York and see Grand Central Terminal. And how do we build the best BART we can? And I've been out on the system the last few days, again, when I come here and using the airport connector this time. And I'm seeing some trains are crowded, which we want more people on the trains. It's not 400,000. And how do we have the best, safest system that we can? Because nobody should be afraid to ride BART. I get out there and I'm getting on BART, but I'm an old soldier. I've been through some things that are probably a lot scarier to most than riding BART. That's just me. Can't speak to anybody else. And I'm a person who's different. And yes, I'm at risk. But I still get on BART because it helps me to get around, and it only costs me 80 cents to get around Oakland. And I mean, it's a pretty good deal, and it runs on greenhouse gas-free electricity. And hopefully we can do more work with renewables. I hope we can get our power content label out, because I want to see this should be about that time, so we can see those numbers. I ask of you as a board to remember the diversity of our community that really just needs and wants to get on BART. And I know that the things that we do here at BART are not easy. But I'm not in favored constituency. I ask that there not be favored constituencies. I'm not on anybody's speed dial, and I shouldn't be last in line for me to get what I need from BART simply because I am different. How can we be a BART that will ensure that all people will be served with the basic ideals of equity and welcome and inclusion? All it should matter is that you pay your fare and follow the rules of conduct, just like flying on airplanes. You show your ID, you go through security, you show your boarding pass, follow the safety briefings, and you follow the instructions of the cabin crew and the captain. I ask this of you to remember that, because I'm one of the people. Never forget that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further general public comment?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then we will move on in the agenda to item 8, Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation. And I will turn it over to Chair Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we have 2 items for action before us today. The first of which is an authorization for an exclusive negotiating agreement for the North Berkeley BART Station Transit-Oriented Development. And I will turn it over to staff for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Foley. Val Minotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer. So after several years of working with the community and the city of Berkeley, we are seeking to advance the board's goals on transit-oriented development. We have before you today an action to consider advancing TOD at the North Berkeley Station, and the item was last seen before the board 6 months ago in June of this year. And with that, we have our team here today of Abby Thorne-Lyman, who's the Director of Real Estate and Property Development, Shannon Dodge, Principal Property Development Officer, who's been point on the project, and Rachel Factor, our Principal Planner. So with that, Shannon.
Thank you, Val. Good morning. I'm Shannon Dodge, and I'm a Principal Property Development Officer working in BART's Real Estate and Property Development team. And today I'll be presenting to you on the award of the exclusive negotiating agreement for transit-oriented development at North Berkeley, along with my colleague Rachel Factor, who will have an update on the topic of station access. We shared this timeline with you when we presented to the board back in June. Our preliminary planning for transit-oriented development, or TOD for short, began as a joint effort looking at North Berkeley and Ashby stations together. And now we're advancing North Berkeley for TOD while continuing to address remaining issues related to Ashby. In early July, we began the North Berkeley developer selection process, which I'll get into more later. In parallel with that process of identifying a developer for North Berkeley, we began collaborating with the city in creating objective design standards. That's because due to Assembly Bill 2923, these projects are expected to be eligible for streamlined approvals. In other words, instead of being subject to hearings at boards, commission, or city council, they would be reviewed at the staff level, and the city's adoption of these objective design standards will provide for clear standards for this review. The city aims to adopt objective design standards before the end of 2023, and then at BART, we expect that construction would start on transit-oriented development at North Berkeley in 2025. So to dive a little bit deeper into the outreach and the collaboration that has been done with the city, at the beginning of 2020, this board unanimously approved entering into a memorandum of understanding with the city. That agreement was drafted in response to Assembly Bill 2923 that I mentioned earlier, which applies to most BART-owned land in several counties, including Alameda County. And in addition to the streamlined approvals that I mentioned earlier, that law also requires a minimum level of zoning for these BART-owned parcels. So the city led a community advisory group process to help determine what the new zoning should include for both Ashby and North Berkeley stations. A key outcome was a joint vision and priorities document expressing shared high-level expectations for transit-oriented development. In parallel with that, BART has been leading the development of an access plan for the Richmond line from Berkeley to El Cerrito, which you'll be hearing more about from Rachel in a moment. And in a huge show of support, the Berkeley City Council last year pledged $53 million in city funds for affordable housing at these two stations to ensure that these developments, which are expected to be mostly residential, would include at least 35% affordable housing, if not more. As you recall, earlier this year, in June, the board took 3 actions related to Ashby and North Berkeley Station. The board approved the joint vision and priorities and a maximum rider parking amount, and authorized staff to enter into a new memorandum of agreement with the city, since the goals of that 2020 MOU had been largely accomplished. Also in June, Berkeley City Council adopted that new zoning for BART's property at these 2 stations to bring the city into conformance with AB 2923. And it likewise approved the joint vision and priorities and the MOA. Since that time, the city and BART have signed the MOA, and BART issued the developer request for qualifications, or RFQ, on July 6th. And in a first for BART, the 2 finalists development teams gave public presentations last month, as you will see in this photo. But before I say more about that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Rachel Factor for an update on the Berkeley-El Cerrito Corridor Access Plan.
Thank you, Shannon. Since 2021, we've been engaging extensively with the community and stakeholders to determine the access needs and priorities for the Berkeley stations through the Berkeley-El Cerrito Corridor Access Planning process. And the input we've received has been critical to develop access strategies and the BART rider parking maximums, which the board approved in June of this year and included in the developer solicitation. We are now in the process of finalizing the plan, which should be complete by the beginning of 2023 after community and stakeholder review. Next slide, please. And this slide highlights some of the resulting corridor plan strategies relevant to the North Berkeley station, including some projects that are currently underway, such as shared e-bike and e-scooter programs launched in Berkeley and Albany earlier this year. And corridor-wide and North Berkeley specific strategies include local bus service improvements, implementing an e-bike lending library, and improving the pedestrian and bike experience along key routes. Pass it back to you, Shannon.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. I want to speak now to a few of the goals of our request for qualifications for North Berkeley, which were very much derived from the joint vision and priorities between the city and BART for Ashby and North Berkeley stations. First off, housing. We expect that both of these transit-oriented developments will be predominantly housing, and when they're fully built out, each station would include between 500 and 1,200 new homes with at least 1,000 bedrooms per station. The RFQ requires that at least 35% of the housing be affordable, but it's anticipated that at least 50% of the homes will be affordable. And that is a higher standard than we've aimed for previously. It's driven by that historic City of Berkeley pledge of $53 million towards affordable housing that I mentioned earlier. Another very important priority is public and civic space. The joint vision and priorities envisions high quality outdoor gathering places at each of these stations, and at North Berkeley, a connection for the Ohlone Greenway trail for pedestrians and cyclists to close the gap that currently exists in that trail. With respect to building form, we know that good design will be very important here, as it is with all of our TODs. And the joint vision and priorities calls for the future TODs to vary in height to be broken up into small blocks, to provide for diverse types of units, and to let sunlight into the new open spaces. And finally, station access. The substantial amount of housing is made possible by prioritizing new housing over full replacement of the existing BART rider parking. As you heard from Rachel, a relatively small number of riders arrive at these stations by driving and parking, and BART's focus is on investing equitably in access. So I'm going to speak to the developer selection process, but first I want to note that sometimes in the past, we've used a different process, a request for proposals, but here we opted for a request for qualifications, or an RFQ instead. And the reason to go with an RFQ is that, as you can see from this image, our station building is at the very center of this site, which means that the TOD itself will trigger a reconfiguration of station access. Very likely, our bus stops, our pedestrian and bike facilities will be reworked and improved. And there's a possibility that up to 120 new BART rider parking spaces would be included within the TOD itself, like in a new garage structure. And at the station, as you can see in the top, in that corner, that rectangular building is a traction power substation. And within the future TOD, that will require space, clearance for maintenance, or even for future replacement. So handling each of these issues well will have some cost to the developer, but that cost is very much unknown at this time. And so we didn't expect that a financial proposal would be meaningful, not until well into the negotiating phase, once the developer is really intimately familiar with BART's operational requirements. So using this RFQ process, we kicked that off July 6th with the release of the RFQ. And the developer teams that responded were evaluated by a panel of both BART staff and staff of the city of Berkeley. Typically, BART holds the majority of seats on these developer evaluation panels, but in light of the city's very substantial pledge of funds towards affordable housing, we created a panel that had equal representation by the city and BART. Our memorandum of agreement with the city that we signed in June also agreed to another change from our typical process, which is that in addition to an interview, the competing teams made a public presentation, as I noted earlier. And we did this as a hybrid event on November 10th. The two finalist teams introduced their experience and their qualifications to community members and answered questions submitted by attendees. And that was all very interesting and informative. So given the current economic uncertainty, we feel fortunate that BART was able to get 4 strong submittals from teams interested in advancing development at this site. And you can see the teams listed alphabetically on this slide, one led by Bridge Housing Corporation, one led by Eden Housing, one led by Republic Metropolitan, and you can see their sister company's project, the Millbrae BART TOD, shown in the picture here. And finally, a team led by the Michaels Organization. Skipping to my next page of notes, which I do not have. Okay. So as I said, we requested qualifications, not proposals, from interested development teams, and our evaluation panel used the criteria that you see here to evaluate and rank the team's backgrounds and experience, with the most points being awarded for experience with similar projects. All 4 of the teams were interviewed by the evaluation panel, and then we did the public presentations in the community, which also counted towards that final ranking. And the top ranked team, after all the scoring was in, was the team led by Bridge Housing. And here you can see the organizational chart with the roles each of the 4 members of this team would play. So Bridge Housing Corporation would be the master plan developer and one of the affordable housing developers creating buildings on the site. But by their side would be Avalon Bay Communities, the market rate developer, Berkeley Food and Housing Project, and East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. This team rose to the top because of their long track record of success with recent projects that have many similarities to master planned transit-oriented development in North Berkeley. And in addition, several staff on both the development team and their design firms have lived in North Berkeley for many years, and they were able to demonstrate deep familiarity with the local area. In the public presentation, their team showed a cohesiveness and a chemistry among presenters that led us to believe they would work smoothly together. And the public commented on this as well. And I would add that this team was led by a nonprofit developer, which was scored more highly, and it was seen more favorably by attendees at the public presentation. On this slide, you can see, small business. So the scoring for small business participation was based on a 20% commitment. Their goal is actually to go as high as 25% small business, and that covers both pre-development and all the way through construction. Currently, their landscape architecture firm plus several of the other team members, their civil and structural engineers are registered as small businesses, as well as their workforce consultant, and a number of other firms are working on getting SB certified at this time. All right, and on this slide, you can see several images of other projects that have been completed by some of the 4 developer members of this team. So on the upper left, there's the Berkeley Way Hope Center, which actually just had its ribbon cutting and was co-developed by Bridge Housing along with the Berkeley Food and Housing Project. And then lower right, you may be familiar with Marea Alta Affordable Housing at San Leandro BART. So staff enthusiastically recommend the motion that you see here, authorizing BART to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the top-ranked team, or if we're unable to advance the TOD with that team, then with the second-ranked team, which is led by Republic Metropolitan. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. It's greatly appreciated. All right, let's turn first to public comment. I actually have a list of speakers already developing. So let's go virtually to Lisa Warhouse with Berkeley.
Lisa, I'm going to go ahead and send you the unmute request. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Lisa Varhus. I am the director of the Health, Housing, and Community Services Department for the City of Berkeley, and I was a panelist as part of this process. And as a panelist for the city, and as a representative of 2 additional panelists from the city, we experienced the developer evaluation process as extremely well organized. Kudos to BART. It was a joyful experience to see something so well organized, and also a very fair process. It's one of the most equitable and fair selection processes that I have been a part of, and it was a real pleasure to work alongside of BART. On behalf of the City of Berkeley, we fully and excitedly support the recommendation to move forward with the Bridge team. If BART is unable to do so after reasonable effort, then we do support moving forward with the Republic team as the second choice. I will also say that the City of Berkeley is very familiar with the positive track record of Bridge and Berkeley Food and Housing Project in the Bay Area. And we're so proud because, as Shannon named most recently, just last month, they opened the Berkeley Way Hope Center and the Berkeley Way Apartments, which combined is providing 142 units of affordable housing and permanent supportive housing, as well as 32 shelter beds and 12 transitional housing units for vendors and daily meals. They successfully, on time, opened this project through the pandemic, and it was a very good process for Berkeley. So we fully support this recommendation to move forward with Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Let us turn to some in-person comments. First, I'd like Jonathan Stern, followed by Capri Roth, followed by the Honorable Quinton Kopp, and then followed by Harrison Alter. Jonathan, you have the floor.
Good morning, BART board members, Director Foley. My name is Jonathan Stern. I'm the Director of Planning and Acquisition at Bridge Housing and a long-term North Berkeley resident. Bridge, just to introduce ourselves again, is a mission-driven nonprofit. And through the years, we've come to specialize in these large, complex projects and leading as a master developer. And partnering with BART, for example, we transformed MacArthur BART. We led that process as well. We are proud to have assembled this team. It's a team of experts. We've included 2 other affordable housing developers, Abaldsey and Berkeley Food and Housing, which you'll hear from a little bit later. We have together and throughout the years worked at least 8 BART stations and built and completed projects there. And in Berkeley, as everyone just mentioned, I want to echo our delight in helping open the Berkeley Hope Center. So I will be the project lead for these master development efforts. If you approve this motion, I will be my primary assignment at Bridge, but all of the team members will participate in this effort. That's our common practice, where everyone is involved throughout the process. That brings everyone's experience to bear and make sure we always have the capacity to pick up whatever tasks happen in a complex master development process. So we are pleased to be recommended by the staff for this effort. It was a unique selection effort. It's not just the team qualifications and site concepts, but sort of a roadshow, an audition in front of the community. We found that to be a unique process, and we're pleased to be ranked so high in the post-community surveys. So on a personal note, before I end, I just wanted to say that I have, throughout my career, led many public-private partnerships as a city staffer of the city of San Francisco, on the public side, and including the Exploratorium and Pier 70. And I would be very pleased to bring that experience and make that kind of transformation to my home community in North Berkeley. So like I said, other team members will be talking, and of course, we're available for any questions from the BART board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Capri Roth.
Good morning, directors. My name is Capri Roth. I'm here from Abaldsey, the East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. I'm here to thank you for consideration of our proposal. We're so excited to be a part of this team. We've had a really fantastic experience working with BART, most recently at the Lake Merritt BART station, but prior to that, we had a great project at the Fruitvale Station, and over our 47-year history as a community-based organization here in Oakland in the East Bay, we've had many opportunities to do transit-oriented public-private partnerships, work on master plan projects with other great development partners, and we just couldn't be more excited to be part of this team. Looking forward to bringing another great affordable housing community to the BART system.
Thank you, Capri. The Honorable Quentin Kopp.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, or Madam President, and Mr. Chairman, members of the BART Board of Directors. I appear on behalf of the Republic team, specifically Republic Metropolitan Company, which is a sister company of Republic Metro. There is, as noted by your staff, in our very strong proposal, a superior proposal respecting design and general project management skill. Republic's sister company, as you know, was chosen for the project at the Millbrae station, and we've received strong recommendations by the city manager of South San Francisco regarding our proposal and selection for development of a project at the Caltrain station there. What concerns me about the staff recommendation, and as a former BART director in 1973 and 1974, is the stark history of awarding 6 projects to the Bridge Corporation. And this would be the 7th such project, which has implications for the future concerning future station projects for housing. The staff report emphasizes the fact that it's a nonprofit corporation. At the same time, one of the elements which is sought is to grant small businesses opportunities to participate. Small businesses are not nonprofits. And the staff report points to the fact of 50% low-income housing. Our proposal is nearly 50%. 4 points are awarded simply because it's a nonprofit corporation. That's wrong. And it bespeaks a possibility of conduct which should be of interest to your Inspector General. And I recommend you ask or direct your Inspector General to examine this uncommon circumstance of granting project after project to one entity. Finally, I'm puzzled, and perhaps the discussion will explain why there is no analysis of what is better financially for BART. And secondly, why isn't the BART Board of Directors the entity which conducts the exclusive negotiating agreement discussions with the project contractor? And not the BART board. It's the BART board's responsibility and its right, rather than simply letting the general manager take over that entire responsibility. We ask you, and I ask you, to reconsider what appears to be a train which constantly pulls out of the station when it comes to any kind of project development at a BART station. 6 projects is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Harrison Alter.
Good morning. Thank you for welcoming me to this meeting. My name is Harrison Alter. I'm a recently retired emergency physician, working most of my career, about 25 years at Highland Hospital Emergency Department, and ending after working the first COVID year as the interim medical director for Alameda County Healthcare for the Homeless. I am a board member of the Berkeley Food and Housing Project and a neighbor of North Berkeley BART, living for 18 years at Grant and Cedar in North Berkeley. North Berkeley is my BART station, close enough that I barely got wet walking there this morning. I use the Ohlone Greenway at least once a week. I strongly believe in the principle of increasing density along the BART corridor, and I am confident that the Bridge BFHP collaboration will fulfill this ideal with an innovative eye and a generous heart. These two organizations have a track record of developing a national model for coexisting affordable, supportive, and emergency housing in Berkeley's Hope Center, all in a strikingly beautiful package that I hope you'll all have a chance to visit at some point. BFHP's board is eager to support our participation in this development project to bring more housing to our struggling neighbors in North Berkeley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harrison. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional in-person public comment?
I haven't received any additional speaker cards, but we do have a hand raised on Zoom.
All right, well, let's turn to the remaining virtual public comment. Thank you.
Lori, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for your time this morning to the BART board. I'll be brief. I think you have an opportunity this morning to appoint an extraordinary team to move forward on the North Berkeley BART project. This is a team that doesn't just build housing, they build communities, and they're sensitive to that. And I think if you look at their body of work over the past decade and beyond, you'll see that. I worked with, I served on the Berkeley City Council and worked with Mayor Tom Bates and some of my other colleagues on the council to develop the downtown plan for Berkeley, which significantly expanded the opportunity for building housing and community in the downtown. And we are bearing the fruit of that today as we see literally hundreds of new units coming on board. I think North Berkeley BART is a particularly sensitive site and one that you all want to make sure you pick a team that, as I said before, not just somebody that builds housing, but somebody that builds community. So I urge you, if you have any doubt, to look at the body of work of this collective. And I think you can only come to the conclusion that they are the best group to move forward with North Berkeley BART development. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional virtual public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right. Well, let's turn to director comments. I actually have President Salzman, followed by Director Rayburn, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank the BART staff and city staff who were involved in this process. Your timeline starts in 2020, but this conversation actually started in 2017, so we could probably have 10 pages of slides with everything that's happened. And I know all of you here have spent thousands of hours on this, and there are probably lots of people who aren't in this room who have done the same. So just thank you for getting us to this point. I think the process throughout the 5 years has been amazingly collaborative. It started off pretty contentious, especially with the community and somewhat with the council, yet we've managed to get to unanimous votes again and again of the city council and the BART board. And now we again have a unanimous recommendation from BART staff and city staff to award the exclusive negotiating agreement to the Bridge Housing team. And when the public was surveyed, those who attended the first ever, potential developer presentation, the public also agreed that Bridge Housing was extremely qualified. I do want to say we're really lucky to have two very qualified teams of finalists. We would be lucky to have either of them, and we do have folks from both teams developing BART projects right now. So it's clear they're all qualified, and I think that shows that our solicitation process is really working, that developers want to develop at BART sites, that the process we've laid out over the past years has really helped us become more competitive because developers know what they're getting when they get into a BART project, which maybe wasn't the case many years ago as our program was first coming together. So that's a really good point to be at. That said, with the unanimous recommendation, I think what we need to do is award the exclusive negotiating agreement to the Bridge Housing team. Thanks to those of you from the team who spoke today. And there were others who spoke at the public forum. And it really showed, just their understanding of the neighborhood, that many of them live in the neighborhood. And I think they have what it takes to work with this community. This is going to be still a very involved process over the next few years. There will continue to be hundreds of people showing up at these meetings as the project is designed and eventually constructed. So we really need a team that is deeply connected in the community. And I just want to say, I don't have an issue with, any developer getting multiple BART projects. We continue to have a competitive process, lots of teams applying for these projects. So I think it shows that people know that they have a chance at these things. And just on the point of a nonprofit developer, this has been a point of discussion between BART and the city for many months or maybe even years. And the city really wanted to have a nonprofit developer have a major stake in this, and the community did too. I mean, that's something that's been voiced throughout the process. So that is important to this community. And what I've really appreciated with our process is in each community, we listen to those communities. And if they want to prioritize something and it's something reasonable that we think we can accommodate and we think works too, we go with it, which means we don't have cookie cutter projects. We go with what works with the community. And I think we need to do that with each community so that these projects, bring a benefit and everybody can feel like it's uplifting their community. So I'd like to make the motion to approve the ENA. And again, with the understanding, if it doesn't work out, we go to the Republic team, which again, I think is very qualified as well.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Thank you. Let's turn to Director Rayburn, followed by Ames, McPartland, and Allen.
Thank you, Chair Foley, and I want to thank staff for their superlative efforts. It's been a tremendous process that we've gone through with this project. I also want to thank Director Salzman for shepherding this through with the community. I'm very well aware of the darts and daggers that can come by proposing major changes in a community. But this is a project that I first was affiliated with back in 2017 and 18. And at that time, the community was referring to this as the future North Berkeley hamlet. I think that is testimony to the visions that we see unfolding before us now. I also had the pleasure of participating in what the bridge spokesman referred to as a audition. Well, that audition I thought was tremendous. It was a opportunity for both teams to make full presentations to the public and answer questions from the public. And at the end, everyone was given the opportunity to score. I have to say my own scoring was even Steven. I saw tremendous work being done and proposed by each of the teams, which leads us to this motion, which we have to select one for the ENA. But the motion also includes that should something go wrong with with that ENA with Bridge, that Republic would be there ready to take on the responsibility of this development. There is complete trust in both of these teams to deliver, as we've seen both of them perform in their own respective projects. So I'm pleased to support this motion and want to urge my colleagues to give it their support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Ames.
Thank you. I do appreciate we have two qualified developers, and my concern is that, we've got this economic uncertainty for BART, and when we're evaluating these proposals, why are we not looking at the financial statements and the rate of return of the development? And I know this is kind of a concept that we would say, okay, here's the concept for the station. What's the economic viability? What is the rate of return of investment we're going to get? And I'd like to know why that wasn't being evaluated in this case.
So I addressed that briefly earlier. So we chose in this case a request for qualifications process, i.e. one that does not require each team to submit a financial proposal to us. And the reason being that this station is located, the station building is right in the middle of a block. So all the access, whether people arrive by car, on foot, by bike, it's all going to have to, or on a bus, it's all going to have to be reworked. And we have particular requirements of that that are not entirely known to the developer. Each of those, they're gonna have to do that work, and it's gonna have a cost to them. And it's not really possible for them to price that in any meaningful way at this time. So any number that we got from them in terms of financial offer would drastically change once we have this kind of iterative process where they propose a design. We look at it in terms of our station access requirements, and they would then need to revise it based on our feedback. We're at such a preliminary stage right now of knowing what would be built there and how it would affect our infrastructure and our operations and what the cost of that would be, that it's not possible to get a proposal that's really worthwhile, that's reliable. We do that through the negotiating process over the next 2 years.
Thank you. I find it hard to quantify or to hear this rationale, because if we're talking about access and circulation around the site, that's really fundamental to any successful development. And what I'm thinking of is like ground leases, right? We're going to have a long-term lease for these developments, whatever we decide, the community decides and BART decides we want there. So if we went out with an RFQ, we would not have to ask for financials. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the financial proposal will be contained in a response to an RFP rather than RFQ.
And the RFP process is relatively the same, except you're getting the pro forma. I know I've got some information from Val Minotti on this, but really there's a lot more financial analysis and a concept development process with an RFP. Is that correct?
That's right. The bar is quite a bit higher for that. There's a lot more work that is entailed on the part of potential developer teams. And so, we sometimes find that the amount of work that's involved in responding to an RFP isn't possible for everyone it's a level of risk that not everyone is able to undertake. So we set the bar a little bit lower and are more inclusive of more participation and interest by undertaking an RFQ process.
And so I did receive some information regarding the Lake Merritt proposal that we just development we just approved as a board, but that project went through an RFP process, correct?
Yeah. Yes, it went through an RFQ and then an RFP process.
Okay. And we still had some circulation concerns with that Lake Merritt project. Isn't that true?
Lake Merritt is unique in that it's really two predefined city blocks. So we did have some circulation concerns, but they were primarily on city streets and were going to be the subject of the city's entitlement process. So it's been very different than some of our larger projects where there's internal circulation or where we're replacing parking, because the community at that point had adopted in the specific plan that they did not want any replacement parking. So it made our decision pretty easy there.
Okay, I have a lot of concerns with this process. But how many times have we selected a developer based on an RFQ? Have we done this before?
We have. What we started to do, we started this with North Concord. And so we've done this at North Concord, El Cerrito Plaza, and now North Berkeley. And in all cases, high levels of infrastructure and replacement parking, that unknowns. But what we also did that I think is a little different than the Lake Merritt RFQ is we did what I would call a heavy RFQ, where we did ask for a concept. So we in all three cases, we asked the developer to come forward with what would their mix of uses be, what would their building layout be, what would their internal circulation be, where were they planning to put the BART replacement parking. So we did ask for that level of kind of horizontal site planning, but not the pro forma. The other kind of heavy RFQ element, I don't know if that term is understandable, but it is, we ask for their financials in terms of themselves as an organization. What are their budgets? What are their liabilities? That we ask for lender references. So we are looking at their strength financially as an organization, but not at the pro forma. That's the piece, that's the missing piece.
Well, thank you, Abby. I do appreciate the concept development. I just think we need a little bit more information on the financials. I'm struggling with this because we have such economic uncertainty, and I want to make sure it's a win-win for Berkeley and for BART financially. So thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Director Ames. Let's turn to Director McPartlin.
I seem to be a little bit confused in relationship to an exclusive negotiating agreement when the RFQ, by definition, is request for qualification. You're either qualified or you're not. And then if you're qualified, then in principle, you should be able to bid for the RFP. What am I missing here? Because it's already been stated on multiple occasions or with the people here. Your first speaker was someone that was on the panel and ended up saying that if Bridge cannot complete, then they recommend Republic. And well, if Republic was not qualified, then well, the way you end up putting it, Republic was not qualified by virtue of the fact that you have an exclusive negotiating agreement with Bridge. And this is the first time I've seen this kind of thing where in the past, when we put out for an RFP and we only get one guy or one organization that puts in it, we cancel it and start over. So I've got questions with that, and then perhaps I need to end up looking at this in more depth than I have in the past, but I've been at this for 14 years now, and I'm the senior guy on the board. I have another problem that really ended up jumping up as far as red flag is concerned, and I think it was Judge Kopp that said that there was a nonprofit 4-point advantage that was given to, or 4 points was given to Bridge for being a nonprofit. So got a question on that. Let's see. We have legal requirements to give additional consideration for small business enterprise, minority business enterprise, and vets. I have never seen nonprofits in that list. So are nonprofits in that list? That's a yes or no question. Now would be a good time for somebody to answer.
Sure. Nonprofits are not on that list, but the teams that are competing for this site were all required to make a commitment towards SB, small business participation in their teams, and that was figured into their scoring. We also were glad to have the participation of BART's Office of Civil Rights throughout the process, so reviewing the RFP.
Okay, well, let me just hold you up. You answered the question. So have we ever given nonprofit points in the past?
Each community
also a yes
is
or no.
different. I'm not aware that we've done so in the past.
So now,
Director McPartlin, if you would, I'm not comfortable the way you're addressing staff. They're trying to answer your questions. Please don't cut them off.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that was rather confrontational. I apologize.
In the 3 years that I've been here, we haven't done so. The previous RFQ that I worked on was the El Cerrito Plaza one, where we did select 2 for-profit entities for both the affordable and the market rate components. Berkeley isn't El Cerrito, and the city and the community expressed a different set of priorities, and we worked with the city, given their $53 million commitment towards affordable housing for Ashby and North Berkeley, to create a set of criteria that reflected both BART's policies and priorities and the city's and the community's policies and priorities. And Abby, do you want to add anything to that?
Just to confirm, Director McPartland, I don't believe we've ever incorporated a nonprofit requirement until this project.
Okay, I think I'm not going to be able to vote for this, and I've got to call the question in relationship to its legality and the fact that it could end up being challenged in court, if not investigated by the Inspector General, as Judge Kopp has pointed out. The other issue is that while I haven't dealt directly with Bridge, and I understand their successes that they have had, and I applaud them for that, I have had continuous work with Republic in relationship to the mill break because of the veterans buildings that they ended up having there. And I'm fully confident, as several of the speakers have said, that they would be able to do the project. And there's no dollar amount on any kind of an RFP when we end up giving away an exclusive negotiating agreement. So I've got problems in those two areas, the 4 points and the fact that we only end up, that we're given for a nonprofit, as well as we've only got one company for an exclusive negotiating agreement. I think that we clearly end up having two, and they should be going head to head for the RFP. Does that sound reasonable to anybody else besides me?
Director, can I just add, the motion that's before the board is a two-part motion, or two pieces to it. The first is the recommendation from staff, both city and BART, to proceed down the path of negotiating an E&A with the Bridge team. If we're not successful, the second part of the motion allows us to then negotiate with the Republic team. And I would just note, both 3 from the city, 3 from the BART, felt that both teams were qualified.
I would add as well, I'm sure you remember that when we came before this board in June, we explained that should the board approve the memorandum of agreement with the city, as you did, that we would intend to proceed with a request for a qualifications process as agreed in that agreement with the city, which we've since executed with your approval. So we had walked you through our intentions at that time.
And Director, can I get a reading from General Counsel on your question on the legality of that?
Sure, General Manager. I'm not aware of any restriction of giving extra points for a nonprofit, any legal prohibition against that.
Wow. Okay. So, thank you. I'll end up yielding at this time to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartland. I have Directors Allen, Vice President Lee, Director Dufty, and President Salzman. Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Foley. A couple of questions for staff. The first question is, how did the scoring come out for the two proposers? You gave us some criteria on the screen, but you didn't really tell us how did they stack up. So can you just kind of tell, were they even, or was one far greater, higher score than the other?
Sure. Yeah, the Bridge team was higher than the other Republic team by several points out of 150 overall in the scheme that I showed you before.
Can you tell me what several means? How many points?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to follow up with you. But I could tell you that the Republic team also has extensive experience on similar projects. In fact, I have a slide about this, which I could advance to. Sorry, it's at the very end of this presentation. happy to share that. So their team, as you can see here, includes 4 entities as well. So Republic would work on the market rate and missing middle housing with Novin Development. And then they have 2 affordable housing developers that were part of their team, both based in Berkeley, that have strong track records. This team also has experience with comparable projects. The Millbrae Station TOD being, of course, one of them, developed by their Republic sister company, Republic Urban. Their written submittal was lower in a few areas, such as innovation and creativity, approach to affordable housing, but the team members didn't have a track record of collaborating on past projects in the way that the Bridge team did, and that was seen at the public presentation. We're still confident that this team could deliver an excellent TOD, but they just did fall short in a few categories.
Okay, so you come to us and you ask us to select a developer, and you've made a recommendation for us. I sort of feel like we're like mushrooms in a closet in this whole process, because you didn't provide us really with the criteria and how each team stacked up. In fact, you didn't even, I don't think you showed that slide you just showed me just now until just now. So since you did show me that slide, I have a question about that slide where you showed the team, the Republic team. Can you go back to that? So we know that Republic is a for-profit developer. Are any of the others, I believe Novin is also a for-profit, they're not a nonprofit, but is Saha or RCD, are they nonprofit developers?
Yes, they both are.
And is Novin?
Novin is a for-profit entity.
Okay, so I mean, this team, we have 2 nonprofit developers. It's just that one of them is not in the lead. And the flip side of that is that the team you're recommending has a nonprofit developer in the lead, but also has a very large for-profit developer in Avalon Bay as a partner. So I kind of fail to see the distinction of the difference between the 2 teams with respect to a nonprofit developer. So I'll just kind of leave that there. But I am actually interested because I asked this question in briefing of how many points apart were these 2 teams, and the answer was not several, it was 3 to 4. And so I am concerned that we really do have 2 very capable teams here, 2 very qualified teams. You said that you reviewed their financials, and so I'm assuming that both of them also are strong financially. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so we have 2 equal teams where we went through an RFQ process to go from 4 to 2. And I got to tell you, I'm really impressed that you took this approach to shortlist developers. It's how it is done more often in the industry than the way we have been doing it. But there's a component missing here. And typically when you go through an RFQ, you shortlist proposers, you then move on to a phase where we get to know what is going to be, or at least the plan and the concepts for what is going to be delivered, knowing that development, things change along the way, but a general concept of how many units, how much of each type of housing would be part of the plan for each team, and how much benefit BART gets in the end. The financial feasibility of it should also be a part of that process. So I think that, really there's sort of a component missing here. It's the second step. And so before I go to, I'm going to actually propose another motion, a substitute motion. But before I say that, I'm going to tell you, I watched the presentations of the 2 developers to the community, and I don't agree with the assessment that was stated here that Bridge seemed to be more cohesive and so on. In fact, I talked to some actual residents of that community who were also watching, and they said they thought that they were about equal. Actually, what they said was they didn't gain a whole lot of new information from those presentations because they were not really, there were some pictures, but there was not really conceptual information presented to them. So they walked away very disappointed. But the ones that I did speak to didn't feel that one was better than the other. One person told me they thought Republic gave a better presentation with more details. So I'm not sure how you got the feedback that you presented to us today. I heard different feedback. But here's the bottom line. We have no financial analysis before us on the feasibility of this project for either of the proposers. And I think we need that to make a good decision. And it's a healthy process for us to go through, to have both proposers give us a presentation of what they plan to produce and what that benefit is to BART. Certainly we are even building housing really for the benefit of the community, which, that's a whole nother question if that should be our focus right now, given we're facing a fiscal cliff. But we're doing this. And so at the same time, it is our fiduciary obligation actually to be selecting the developer that is going to provide us with the best product for the best financial outcome for BART. We cannot cut that out of the decision process. I believe, given the detailed vision, it's very feasible. You have a very detailed vision, one like I have not ever seen before, actually, and I commend everyone involved for the work they've done to create the vision from the city, the neighborhood, and BART. It's been a long process. There's a very defined vision here. And I don't think that it's that hard of a process to take that vision and give it to these two finalists and say, tell us what you're going to produce for us, how many units, and what's the net to BART? Are we doing another for free project where we just give our land away and there's no long-term benefit to BART? If that's the case, I'm not sure, whether any of this is worthwhile. There has to be something in it for us. So this is a major project, and development is risky. It's very risky, and it has the potential to impact us financially in a positive way, and it has the potential, as some projects have done, to impact us in a negative way going forward into the future, and that impacts our core mission of transit. So it's a very important project, important to BART, to the city of Berkeley, to the neighborhood, particularly to the neighborhood around that North Berkeley station. And those people's lives are going to be impacted the most, the people who live there. So for that reason, I want to add more to the selection process by asking that we add another phase to this, to request a best and final offer process where those two firms come before this board to present that best and final offer so that we can get a fair look at both firms, what they're presenting, what they will deliver, and what the impact of BART will be. So I have a substitute motion to offer. I move that this board not select a developer today. Instead, this board should direct staff to enter into a new, I should say this board will direct staff to enter into a new RFP phase or best and final offer phase of this procurement, where staff develops a more traditional criteria for selecting a developer with the two proposers deemed most qualified here that we've discussed here today. The criteria should include, but not be limited to, the following: the conceptual overview of their direction and plan for the project development, including the number of units of each type of housing, the density, and the height of the buildings, along with a term sheet outlining the structure of the deal over the course of the lease, including a cash flow analysis of the proposed net revenue to BART. So that's my substitute motion. I hope that someone will second it.
I'll second that. Thank you, Director Allen.
All right, we have a substitute motion that was moved and seconded. General Counsel, are there any concerns with the language that was included as it might reflect on our motion going forward?
So I understand the motion. What my concern is, and I don't know the answer to it off the top of my head, is what the process that we promised these bidders. So I think I need to turn to the staff to respond to that. What our memorandum of agreement with the city of Berkeley says we will do to get this $53 million included in our deal.
Thank you. Staff, do we have a response?
Our agreement with the city that was authorized by this board did not contemplate an RFP phase to the selection.
Chair Foley, can I ask to jump in the
Sure.
queue to respond to the substitute motion?
Yes.
I'm just going to be blunt. I'm honestly pissed off right now. I feel like the city of Berkeley and my constituents have been disrespected in this conversation. We've been working on this for 5 years. It's been the most involved process I think we've ever had on a TOD project. Thousands of people have weighed in. There have been probably a couple hundred hours of Berkeley meetings on this project. And we came to an agreement on an extremely detailed memorandum of agreement and joint visions and priorities, which was unanimously adopted by the city council and by the BART board. That includes clear language for a preference for a nonprofit developer. All of us voted for that, and the whole Berkeley City Council did. There's an urgency to bringing housing to this station. We cannot delay. And the delay would be quite long because what we haven't gotten into is that there's another process happening right now, which is the objective design standard process. I don't want to get too technical, but because of AB 2923, the normal design review process for the city of Berkeley is unlikely to happen because the developers can kind of sidestep that. And so the city really wanted to make sure there was some design input. That was very important to the community. We've heard that for the past 5 years, and very important to Councilmember Kesarwani and to the mayor. So they are undertaking the objective design standard process, again, which will be objective, that will then guide the design of the project. So the developers right now could not put forward what their project is going to look like, exactly how many stories it would be. They can't have those details without having the objective design standards. And that process is going to take nearly a year to complete. And the other key part of it is we need the development team to be part of the objective design standard process. So we actually need to select them now so they can be part of the process. The idea was it would be iterative so that what the community is coming up with, the developer can weigh and say, we can do that. That's how we can address this. This might be more difficult. We need to figure out something else. We need to have these communications back and forth. We didn't ask the mayor and the council member to come here today because it was unanimously recommended by both city and BART staff. But we did have a meeting with the council member and mayor a couple weeks ago. I don't want to speak for them, but they were both very supportive of moving forward with the staff recommendation. And I think if they were here today, they'd be angrier than I am right now about this discussion. So I'm urging all of you to vote against the substitute motion and to think about how you would feel if this was a city in your district, if this was happening in Concord or Fremont or in Dublin, and you had undergone a process with the community in the city for 5 years, and every single person was on board, and no members of the public came and spoke and said we shouldn't award this today. People from the public didn't come because they thought we were going to do it. I think we'd have hundreds of people here if there was any thought that the BART board might not award this today, because people really want this project. They need the housing. So if this was in your community, imagine how you'd feel about this discussion. This is not just a BART process. We cannot turn our backs on our city partner that is investing $53 million, which no city has ever done before for affordable housing at BART. I just don't think we can do that if we ever expect to have a positive relationship with this city or any other city moving forward. So again, I urge you all to vote against the substitute motion and vote for the original motion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up on that if I could.
Briefly, please.
Yeah. So I understand the amount of energy that's gone into the project, and this doesn't kill the project in any way. All this does is ask two developers to submit more detail on what they would build, the concept, and if they're going to be a part of the iterative process to develop the design standards, then we absolutely should. Even more importantly, it is more important that we understand what their concept of the design standard might be, because they could be totally different between the two. And I think that we have not been given a whole lot of detail here with respect. We have not been given the scoring, other than we've been told the two developers are equal. They could both do the project. They're both financially capable. But beyond that, why should, I don't understand why we would select a developer and then say, here's your blank check and go tell us what you're going to build. That if the design standards have not been developed, and this is news to me, I thought that had already been done and there was a deadline last summer for that. But if the design standards have not even been determined, then I don't think going through this additional step is going to delay anything, because those design standards need to be developed along the way too. So the process of the two developers providing to us what their concept and design ideas are will ultimately be part of the development of design standards anyway. So I think it's a healthy process, and most certainly I have a fiduciary obligation to a transit agency that is facing a fiscal cliff, and headlines are talking about a death spiral. I think it is irresponsible of us to not go forward and actually take some consideration of what will the financial impact to BART be with respect to the plans of the two developers. It has to be. We cannot go through this process and end up at the end in a negative position for years on end. So my motion stands. I hope that I can have support for it.
Thank you, Director Allen. Let us return to director comments. I have Vice President Lee, Dufty, Simon. All right.
Thank you. I absolutely do not support the substitute motion, and I'd like to associate myself with President Saltzman's comments on this. And just to be clear, just because I'm going after the previous comments, my understanding is that changing the process would probably cause some legal questions, delay the process, and in my mind, it would kill the project. Do you think that delaying this process and not moving forward with the staff recommended motion would kill the project?
Director Lee, it would have some implications for the memorandum of agreement that was executed with the city in June. The MOA did state that we would do an RFQ. We actually went through extensive negotiations on that point. It states we will enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement. The objective design standards process is being funded by a grant from the Federal Transit Administration that requires that we complete the ODS process by the end of 2023. So we would not be able to incorporate the developer's concept into that process. The city would have to proceed with that process without the benefit of knowing what the developer intends to propose.
Thank you for that answer, Abby. So in short, I will interpret that as, yes, it will kill the project in probably 20 different ways. And that's just absolutely unacceptable to me. But first, because I don't think you all as staff and the rest of the public have been properly thanked here, I do want to thank the development teams for braving the rain and coming to join here in person, and just showing your faces and you know, saying hi to the board here. I really appreciate that and the amount of work that's gone into developing these proposals. I really want to thank all of the community members, some who maybe are tuning in even right now, who have been engaged in this process, as President Salzman has mentioned, for 5 years, and who, you know, whether they have loved the process, haven't loved the process. We know that so many people, especially right around the North Berkeley BART station area, have been deeply involved. I also really want to thank, and I mean this seriously, the leadership of critical elected leaders. I don't think we'd be here where we are today, being able to, authorize an ENA if it weren't for President Saltzman and Director Simon in particular, having turned out, engaged communities, shown up, been present along the way. And I can't say enough about how grateful I am for a few more years of Councilmember Rashi Kesarwani and certainly the leadership of Mayor Arreguin in Berkeley for what they've done to really throw themselves into this process. Without that leadership, we would absolutely not be here today. And then the thanks to our BART staff. I don't think we've been mushrooms in the closet. I find myself very out of the closet. Also, Rebecca, how many meetings do you think you've been to throughout the years?
Many dozens.
Many dozens. And I know that many times I see the notices from BART TOD team. Constantly, BART board members are invited to attend these meetings. I have, poked my head into some of the Lake Merritt TOD virtual meetings. We get invited to the North Berkeley and Ashby BART station meetings. We've been told when these things are coming before the Berkeley City Council. And so every step of the way, I know that the board has been involved, and every time this board has had to take actions on this specific TOD project and the MOU that we've had with City Berkeley, I've met with staff and been briefed thoroughly. I've felt that staff has always been honest, transparent, and ready to answer questions and take my feedback. I literally texted Abby like 5 p.m. yesterday and was like, hey, can we talk about this item? And you're like, I'll call you in 5 minutes. That's the kind of responsiveness and willingness to take questions and listen to feedback that our staff has given. For that, I'm deeply grateful. So I'm really fortunate to have the response we've had to RFQ. We've got 2 really great teams with partners who have very long histories of incredible work in Berkeley specifically and across the Bay Area. Val, as you noted, the ENA is only the start of this process. If things don't pencil out financially and it just doesn't work and the developer team is unable to proceed, the ENA will come to an end. It's not like indefinite, and we should know this because multiple ENAs have come before this board for us to extend and vote on. So we know that process. I will also note that some of the comments made by some of my colleagues with these questions are also the same colleagues who have not supported other ENAs, who have voted down other ENAs and have questioned BART's TOD program as a whole. But those comments have not represented a majority of this board, which has been clear in supporting transit-oriented development and building affordable housing on BART-owned land, as has been made more possible by the passage of Assembly Bill 2923. If anyone in the public, on this board, otherwise, if someone still has questions about whether building housing on BART land is worthwhile, and those questions are affecting the ability to authorize an ENA today, there is nothing that can be done to convince them. We are far past that question in this moment. And in my opinion, what a great place to be that excellent teams are fighting to work with us. And they really want to build housing on BART land. Like, we are fortunate to be in this position today. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, we have 1 rose to give out and we have to select a development team. That's it. So I fully support this motion and the selection of the bridge team today. I do have deep concerns with the failure of Measure L that could have pushed higher levels of affordability. So to the development team, which I hope that we move forward and select today, I want to remind you all that there are strong desires to push affordability as high as possible and to seek whatever funds possible from the state at the federal level to make those higher rates of affordable housing possible. And lastly, a reminder that coming out of this board, I've heard my fellow colleagues express preference time and time again, actually, for nonprofit, especially nonprofit affordable housing developers. I specifically recall this conversation when we were discussing changes to our affordable housing policy, because personally, I actually don't feel strongly one way or another about having a nonprofit developer team versus a for-profit, as long as they can meet the needs of what we are putting out there and it pencils out. So I specifically recall those comments. And so that is why we are where we are today, and we should be grateful and that this is happening and that we have a great partner in the city of Berkeley who's willing to throw down over $50 million to make this possible today. You don't just reject that. This is a great project. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the original motion.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am going to yield briefly to my seatmate and colleague, Director McPartlin.
Thank you for this opportunity. I want to first thank Director Foley for cutting me off on when I was on. I started off being impatient with the answers that I was getting, and I started cutting people off. And at best, that was confrontational. At worst, it was condescending. And I've seen other directors do that in the past, and I've been embarrassed for them. And now I'm embarrassed for myself, and I apologize to the board, to the staff, to the general manager, and the public at large. And I've never done it before, and I hope never to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. I'm sorry.
Thank you, everyone. There is a lot of passion in the discussion today, and I'd like to just go back a little in time to 2018 and AB 2923. So in San Francisco, we don't really have land to be developed. And so I've not been deeply involved in the process of doing what President Saltzman is doing today. And I do want to join in Director Rayburn's commendation of President Saltzman. It is difficult to shepherd projects of this magnitude through. We certainly saw that there were a lot of pros and a lot of cons. And so I just want to say I know how deeply personal this is to you, and that you have put your credibility as an elected official and someone who lives in the East Bay community on the line in working on this. And so I understand what you've expressed today, and it certainly moved me. And so I want to thank you for what you've done bringing us to this moment. But what I learned in the process was that our general manager at the time, Grace Kruniken, she was very reserved about 2923. BART didn't take a position on this issue in the legislature. We watched it. We saw what Assembly members Chu and Grayson were doing. But I think that Grace was very wise, because the problems that we faced were that individual communities, when you dealt with this checkerboard of potential development, it was just like whack-a-mole, different issues and concerns, and sites could be good, or some people felt sites were bad. And what happened after the passage of this legislation is that then General Manager Grace Kruniken went and met with the localities. And she sat down with them, and she said she wanted to assuage their fear and concern that projects were going to be railroaded. And that basically we were going to take the legislation, we were going to run with it, we were going to build whatever we could under the statute, and to hell with what anybody else thought. And that was the furthest from the way that she approached it. And what I recall sitting and listening to this discussion was how Grace recognized that we needed to have collaboration and cooperation, that the brain damage of fighting throughout this process would have really taken a lot of time of this organization, would have damaged our credibility in these communities. And these communities are different from one another. So I want to say that what I really appreciated of the discussion today, and I know that it is easier for the board when things move more smoothly and quickly, but I think that it was important. And I think that all of our colleagues have spoken with eloquence from different perspectives of this issue. And I think what I come away from is that it was necessary for BART to negotiate with Berkeley in good faith and with the community to garner support to move forward. And I think that it yielded $53 million in investment from Berkeley towards this project. I think that if we had taken the other path that I'm sure other jurisdictions might have taken just to take their authority and to move forward, I don't think that we would be at this point to consider an ENA that would, and a memorandum of understanding or agreement, excuse me, that provides this $53 million. I appreciate the questions that were asked. We, as many directors have pointed out, we are in an abundance of riches with two excellent proposals from two organizations that are and have worked with BART on transit-oriented development. And so, as John McPartland pointed out, he's very familiar with Republic. I'm very familiar with Republic. I've gone and I've visited to see the project. I'm very excited, as I know John is, about housing for veterans and the prioritization that has taken place, and they're very strong nonprofit partners that are there. There are, of course, the questions about the points and things of that sort. But again, I want to say that at this stage of the conversation, I've come to realize that that this was necessary, that there was a unique approach that was going to be required to take in Berkeley, and that unique approach is with us. For that reason, as much as I have enormous respect for Republic, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with them as a director on any project that they came forward with, I am going to support the staff recommendation today and feel like that is the responsible thing to do. There are good questions to be answered, but I think that the bottom line is that the legacy that Grace brought to this organization was that we were going to recognize that to be successful in this endeavor, that we had to work in partnership with local government. And it is unquestioning to me that Berkeley is very clear. The community has made their recommendation, and I will not question that because I think that it sets the right standard to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Simon.
First of all, we share Berkeley, but Director Salzman, President Salzman, wins the gold medal for Saturday, Sunday, and evening meetings, which I must say that staff are also there and shepherding and also facilitating. And the meetings that I've gone to in the last few years about this particular site, hundreds of folks are signing on with dogs and babies in the back. And you know, it has been a deep community process, as you said. And not only that, the model of working with this real estate team day in and day out with members of the Berkeley City Council, yourself in leadership, and our mayor in Berkeley. And I got to tell you, our staff are extremely intense negotiators. I mean, you name it. And just being in the beginning position of our project in South Berkeley, I know this to be true. BART shares space and place with real people, as has been said today. And I won't belabor the point, but deeply want to respect your leadership in this process. We have been able to see just in my short time on this board what it takes for a board member, Director Rayburn, this is for you, to help this department develop literally thousands of bedrooms in a real community where real children play, where real families are, who can walk across the street to a BART station. And none of these deals are going to be perfect. But as you said, from Republic to the Bridge folks, hopefully we continue to have a beautiful relationship with multi-developers as we move forward with other projects. But I really want to get back to, as a board, how, again, the hard questions are important that all board members have put on the plate today, but the deep respect that I have for this process that's moved forward with this staff and with you, President Salzman. So I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. You know, for those of us who are out in community a lot, we have to go face to face with these folks in this community who want something real and tangible, and frankly, a process that they are directing. And so I want to thank you for how inclusive you have been in Berkeley, not just how many hours and how many days, but how we have opened up the process to community members, to leaders, to disabled folks, to houseless folks, to folks who have a deep love for the North Berkeley community. So I'm hoping that we can move forward today with your recommendation and staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I do have a question for the general manager. If the original motion is adopted, you will be returning to the board with terms of the ENA for our discussion and approval and adoption?
That's correct, Chairperson Foley.
All right, thank you. All right, colleagues.
Hold on, Chairperson Abby.
Sorry, Director. I misunderstood. Not for the ENA. the ENA will be executed. We would return with terms for the deal.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Wanted
okay.
to make sure
Thank
that
you.
was.
Yeah,
okay.
understood.
That's what I understood
Yes,
your
yes.
question.
Yeah,
Yep.
that
Good,
is my
Abby.
question.
Thank you, Abby.
All right. So colleagues, we do have a substitute motion in front of us, but I do see that we also have three board members that wish to speak again or a third time. So with peace and love, I will tell you, please be brief and succinct if you have anything to add that is new to this conversation. Excuse me. Director Allen.
Thank you. I will be brief. I just wanted to comment quickly on that last point of bringing back the term sheet. So essentially the process we have adopted here is we are hiring the developer and then they can tell us what it looks like later with including financial terms. And I get that, you know, we're basically putting this in the hands of staff to determine. And that is my point is, and on the issue of the meetings, I do not get notified I have not been notified of all of these community meetings. I did get notification of the one where the developers would present, and that is the one that I attended. So I think that some directors get notified of these community meetings, but not all. So I want to correct the record there. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you. And I have been supportive of this project up to this point. I do support having housing on the site. I think there was some suggestion that that wasn't the case. I just want to clarify that. I recall the Berkeley residents coming to this board a few years ago saying they hadn't built housing for 20 years. So this is an opportunity for us to build housing in Berkeley. So the issue is really the financial term sheet and the comparison between the two developers. It's not about whether we have housing or not. So typically we would have program revenue and expenses via cash flow for each year through build out, estimated and known project costs, internal rate of return for the project feasibility. That's what I'm looking for. I think that's what Director Allen was looking for. To say that, you know, there's legal issues, I would agree that we did approve a resolution, a memorandum of agreement, but that is not legally binding to my knowledge. That's not a legally binding agreement. Is that true?
No, that's not true. We have a MOA. I mean, we are bound by the terms of that agreement.
Okay.
I mean, when you say legally binding, it's not a crime to break it, but we can be sued for a breach of contract if we breach a contract. That contract itself has very limited damages to it. It has a clause in it, I believe, that wouldn't necessarily end with the district having to pay damages to the city of Berkeley, but I know that the city of Berkeley could withhold its $53 million. A contract is a legally binding document, is the short answer to the question.
My understanding is MOAs are not legally binding. So if we decide to change something on the agreement, we could easily do so, but you would say we would have to go back to Berkeley?
No, an MOA is a fancy name or a name for a type of contract. And this contract is legally binding and it has been executed by both parties, and to amend it would require execution of an amendment by both parties. And because this board approved this agreement, the amendment, if it was substantive, would have to come back to this board for its approval.
Okay, so if it had, okay, thank you. Both parties. So we would go back, I mean, given our economic uncertainty, we are going to be talking about the financial cliff that we're experiencing later this today. But if we wanted to go back and ask for some financial terms, I would think that the city of Berkeley would agree that that's reasonable to change the agreement.
So I'm not the right person to respond to that question because I haven't been at the table for the negotiations.
Can I just say, I've been communicating with the mayor who was asked at the last minute to join us because of this conversation, but he couldn't. And he really wants us to move forward with this today. And I can tell you from all of those hours of meetings we had over the MOA, Berkeley would not approve this. I mean, I really would be shocked. I'd put a lot of money down that they would not approve it. So, and would be very upset that we are backing out.
Director Ames, do you have anything additional to add before we can move forward?
No, I would hope that the agencies would understand that the financial terms do matter in this case. And I can't imagine Berkeley not agreeing to this. But anyway, that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rayburn, you are the last speaker between us and a vote.
Thank you very much, Chair Foley. I have a question for staff. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Berkeley's contribution of $53 million enables the project to achieve potentially that 35% affordability goal. Yet the community has expressed strong desires to achieve over 50% affordable. And to do so would require cobbling together a series of grants. Would this substitute motion jeopardize successfully applying for any of those grants?
It would inject uncertainty into that process.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you would repeat the substitute motion and ask for a vote.
So I will summarize briefly that I believe the substitute motion is to not select one of the proposers and instead to go forward with an RFP process, including a best and final offer with a series of criteria, specific criteria included in that RFP.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving forward with.
We go to the vote.
Okay. Director Foley.
To clarify, this is voting on the substitute motion. Thank you. No.
Vice President Lee.
No.
Director McPartlin.
Right?
Yes, Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Nay.
Director Simon.
No.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes.
Director Dufty.
No.
President Saltzman.
No.
Thank you. Motion fails.
All right. Madam Secretary, can we turn to the original motion?
Yes. The original motion, Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
No.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
No.
Director Ames.
Abstain.
Director Dufty.
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Directors Allen and McPartlin voting no and Director Ames abstaining.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's turn to item 2 on the PPAL. This is for BART's 2023 federal and state legislation advocacy program. And I will turn it over to Rod Lee and staff to give us an update. We are going to get the complete federal and state update together, colleagues. And if possible, we will take a single vote. So we certainly are up to splitting it if we need to. But with that, I will turn it over to staff. Thank you very much.
Chair Foley, as you mentioned, under the direction of Rod Lee, AGM of External Affairs, today we have Amanda Cruz, who's the Director of Government and Community Relations, as well as Alex Walker, who's our Acting Manager of Government Relations and Legislative Affairs, and they have some other folks they'll be introducing. So why don't we go to Amanda?
Thank you, Val, and good morning, directors. Staff are here today to seek board approval of the district's 2023 federal and state legislative advocacy program. Outreach regarding the legislative program began in early October to the board, various internal departments, and BART's external partners. The proposed goals are drafted to reflect the district's overall policy and budget priorities. Throughout the year, staff utilized the goals to guide BART's legislative efforts, the work of our federal and state advocates, and decisions on bills brought to the board for consideration. The goals are intended to be broad and flexible, allowing BART to pursue legislative opportunities as they arise and respond to issues throughout the year as identified by members of the board, staff, and our advocates. This morning, we have BART's advocacy teams from CJ Lake and California Strategies with us, and we'd like to begin our presentation with our federal update and outlook from our federal advocate, Emily Baque de Silva.
Good morning. It's good to be with you in person. It's been a while. I'll try and give a brief recap of what we've been working on this year, where things stand right now, and where we see things heading next year in the new Congress. I will say, when the year began, it started on a positive note. BART received a really large discretionary grant from DOT for additional operating assistance, more than we were expecting. So that happened in January. It was over $270 million. That was a great way to kick off 2022. At that time as well, Congress had not wrapped up FY22 appropriations. That didn't happen until March. FY22 appropriations did include community-directed spending, or what used to be known as earmarks. There was $2 million included for our Fair Gates program by Senator Feinstein. It was at that time as well that we really started focusing on our core capacity cost overruns and what could we do moving forward to help with that. So FY23 discussions were starting to get underway. And it was then that we, with our partners at Caltrain and others across the country who were also facing cost overruns, started talking about creating a new program for agencies with FFGAs. We ended up working with our entire delegation, both House and Senate, although I have to say Speaker Pelosi and Congresswoman Barbara Lee were really our champions on the House side. And ultimately, we did get a new program included in House appropriations. It's a $600 million pot, which I know, when it's divided up at the end of the day, it's not nearly what we need, but it would help. We are currently in, or I should say, Congress is currently negotiating between the House and Senate what the final bill will look like. The Senate ultimately did not include any funding for this program in its bill. So even this week, there are discussions that are ongoing. It really, right now, is kind of above BART. It's about what the overall top line numbers will look like and if there is enough funding in there for a program like this. We're in constant communication with our Senate staffers and House as well, and leadership staff. Right now, the CR runs through December 16th. I think that it will likely take at least one more week. They're already talking about having another short-term CR through December 23rd. There are some House Republicans that would like to see this kicked to early next year because they would then they'd have the majority in the House and they could reopen the bills and move funding around to their priorities. I think at this point, we are hopeful that they will get it done this year. Both the chairman and ranking member of APROPS on the Senate side are retiring, and they really want to get this done in December while they're still in. So that's kind of the state of play right now. As far as the midterms, you all have seen it. I think what's interesting is, of course, Republicans didn't pick up as many seats as we were expecting. And it's actually going to be almost a mirror in terms of what the Democrats have now versus what Republicans will have. It looks like they could have 222 seats in the House. There are still a few races that haven't been called. Democrats would have 213. And right now it's basically the reverse. Of course, Republicans chose their leadership before Thanksgiving. They didn't waste any time. Kevin McCarthy wants to be the speaker. He was able to obtain 188 votes from his caucus, but 31 voted against him. He will need 218 when he goes to the floor in January. So that's kind of the big scuttlebutt right now is, can he get the votes? And he has said he will take it to the floor. So he is doing what he can right now to pick up some of those 31 that voted against him in his conference. Of course, you've seen, Speaker Pelosi has stepped down from her leadership role, and the Democrats actually elected their new leaders yesterday. Hakeem Jeffries from New York will be the minority leader. Catherine Clark from Massachusetts will be the whip. And then Pete Aguilar, actually from the Inland Empire, will be conference chair. On the Senate side, there's really not a whole lot of changes. You're going to see the same faces, both on the Republican side and the Democrats. I failed to mention on the Senate side, of course, Democrats will stay in control. It's at a minimum, it'll be 50-50. And with Vice President Harris breaking the tie, the Georgia runoff will take place next week. And so it could end up being 51-49. In terms of the 118th and committees, all of the committees will organize in January. So I can't say with certainty yet kind of how the committees of jurisdiction will shake out. But we do know that Sam Graves, Republican from Missouri, who has been the ranking member for some time on the full committee for House T&I, will most likely be the chair. The ranking, on the other hand, is in question. Of course, longtime chair and ranking DeFazio retired. And so next in line would be Eleanor Holmes Norton from Washington, D.C. But Rick Larson from Washington State has said that he would like to be in the mix as well. One thing I want to note about both Sam Graves and Rick Larson, if he becomes the ranking, they both have an affinity for aviation. And FAA reauthorization is up. It's going to expire this year. So you can see a focus of the full committee being on aviation. Of course, they addressed surface transportation a year ago with Bill. I think there will be a lot of focus still on implementation and getting those grants out the door. In terms of priorities, House Republicans have said, I think there will be a number of investigations, border security enforcement, a focus on energy. I know there was some concern that, could there be cuts to spending? And I'm sure that, there will be some bills, they will be monitoring appropriations, but at the end of the day, you need 60 votes in the Senate. And of course, Democrats control the majority in the Senate. They may not try to appropriate to fully authorized levels, so we always need to pay attention to that. And then you can always try and rescind funding. And so I think a focus will be to spend the funds that you get from DOT as quickly as possible so that we are not at risk for any type of funds to be rescinded. And then again, as far as the administration, I think they will continue to implement Bill and then IRA implementation. I didn't even mention Inflation Reduction Act, which passed this summer. They will continue implementation of that. Those is kind of the big overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we complete the presentation, and then we'll have any public comment and board questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Emily. So now I will go over the proposed federal advocacy goals. So Emily, as Emily mentioned, in early 2022, BART secured $270 million in additional COVID relief funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. And in total, BART has secured $1.6 billion in federal operating assistance through 3 separate COVID relief bills. However, is projected to fully expend these funds by August 2025 under a base case ridership scenario. In the new legislative session, BART will educate members and the administration on the district's responsible stewardship of COVID relief funding, as well as efforts to maximize ridership recovery and manage our expenses. Discussions will also focus on the potential for additional federal relief to address the near-term fiscal cliffs faced by transit agencies nationwide. This year, as Emily mentioned, BART sought language within the fiscal year 2023 appropriations bill to set aside funding for capital investment grant projects with existing grant agreements such as BART's core capacity. This year, BART will focus on providing members and the administration with updates on key milestones reached within the core capacity program and continue to engage in a strategy with other project sponsors nationally to identify supplemental funding as needed. With a new Republican majority in the House and a Democratically controlled Senate, BART will have to work with transit advocates nationwide to support fiscal year 2024 appropriations levels that are consistent with those within the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or BIL. Staff will also work with various internal stakeholders to identify projects for community project funding requests if they are accepted by the respective appropriations chairs this coming year. With various funding opportunities within the BIL and the more recent Inflation Reduction Act, BART will also pursue funding to support priority capital projects and other district initiatives that focus on improved station and neighborhood access, supporting TOD, and making the transition of our non-revenue fleet to zero-emission vehicles. With a sustained focus on transit security and safety, BART will educate our congressional delegation and administration on activities within the police department and specifically the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau, and pursue grants to support BART safety and security priorities, such as our high visible patrol teams and cybersecurity. Finally, as staff will continue to monitor the ongoing legal dispute surrounding the Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2023, otherwise known as PEPRA, and support efforts to ensure that federal funding continues to flow to California transit agencies. So that concludes the presentation on our federal advocacy goals, and I'll now turn it over to Alex Walker to go over our state goals.
Good morning, Chair Foley, members of the board, Alex Walker, Acting Manager of Government Relations and Legislative Affairs. I'd like to introduce Jim Lights and Claire Van Zoyden from our state advocacy team at California Strategies to give an update on the state legislative landscape and outlook for 2023. Thank you.
Good morning, board. As Emily said, it is very nice to be back in front of you in person again. I think it's been about 3 years. So good to see everyone, and also here for the first time in the new boardroom for us. Want to do first a little election recap. I think as many of you know, the Democrats retain their 2/3 majority margins in both houses. We have 11 new senators, and at the moment, 24 new assembly members. There's one assembly race in the 47th district in San Bernardino. In an example of every vote counts, 169,000 votes were cast, and as of Tuesday night, 12 votes separated those two candidates. So still too close to call there. We will see a speakership transition June 30th that's already been announced. What we don't know is what that will mean with respect to BART delegation members playing roles in various policy areas. Currently, you have delegation members chairing both budget committees and both housing committees. Transportation committees, however, are both chaired by Southern California legislators. So we'll see after that transition in the late summer what sorts of changes we might see in committee chairs going forward into that latter part of 2023 and 2024. As far as the 22 legislative session, we had some wins on securing funding. BART was able to get $5 million for the elevator modernization project at the downtown Berkeley station, along with $1 million for transit improvements at the El Cerrito station related to the TOD project there. And then also all but one of the BART the bills that were supported by BART did secure passage. And then, of course, there was the veto of 1488 where we were opposed unless amended. For next year, among the goals that you'll hear about in a moment, some of the things that we'll be working on are talking about that funding gap and really sounding that alarm along with the sister and brother transit agencies around the state. CTA will certainly be involved in that discussion as well, as we really try and make policymakers understand what the implications are if something is not addressed in the coming years. With that said, the pendulum swings fast. Now the Legislative Analyst's Office is projecting a $25 billion budget deficit compared to the very large surplus we had in the current year. So we'll have to see how that affects the gap funding discussion, along with a whole lot of other things, but certainly won't change our messaging in terms of what we present to the legislature. Also, we're going to renew our call upon the administration to have funding for homelessness response come to transit agencies. It's something we were talking about quite a bit before the pandemic, and that discussion kind of shifted as we entered the pandemic and we're facing more immediate challenges. But you may have seen a few weeks back, the governor withheld some funds from municipalities because he wasn't happy with what their planning was for those funds. The statute does not give the administration any latitude to change who receives those funds, but we felt it's a great catalyst opportunity for us to renew our desire to see transit agencies be compensated. Of course, that's another element of the fiscal cliff discussion as well, as you and other agencies are spending money on homelessness response that should be spent on the core mission of the district. So with that, I am going to turn it over to my partner, Claire Van Zyden, for her to present to you for the first time in person as well.
Good morning, BART board members and BART staff. As Jim mentioned, I'm Claire Van Zyden, a partner at California Strategies, and it's an honor to present to you all today. So I'm going to be talking about really sort of three key areas when it comes to environmental topics for both incentives and regulations that are important to BART or relevant to BART. So the first one is some good news. So that first starts with the California Transportation Agency has a grant program that they've administered for the past several years with the help of cap and trade funds. It's called TIRCP, or the Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program. And BART's been very successful in the past in terms of securing dollars, nearly $500 million over the past few cycles. And I just wanted to call out this year's win with $49 million specifically for the East Bay TOD Mobility Enhancement Project. So that was a great win for BART this year. Moving forward, there's going to be another cycle, which is cycle 6, that is taking place now. And we will be submitting a proposal for additional funding for the the core capacity program. And then also working with the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority and a Link 21 project for an application to support the development. Just so folks are aware, that cycle 6 is roughly $4 billion. That is because we've had significant funding from cap and trade, as well as Jim mentioned, the fact that we've had budget surpluses over the past 2 years in California. For moving forward for this year and for cycle 6, we'll be seeking support from the BART delegation for our proposals, and then also moving forward into next year, seeking additional funds for the TIRCP program, and we're specifically going to be asking for $2 billion. The second topic is surrounding some of the regulations, incentives, and grants that both the California Air Resources Board is undergoing, as well as the California Energy Commission. So the California Air Resources Board has 2 regulations that are most relevant to BART. One being the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. This is actually undergoing the process currently, with it likely to be approved in spring 2023. And what this would mean is that starting in 2024, 50% of public fleets that are in the medium and heavy duty sectors, so this would be the non-revenue fleets, this would be medium and heavy duty vehicles, 50% would have to be zero emission in terms of new purchases by 2024 and 100% by 2027. I would say the good news here is that with the recent surpluses over the past 2 years, there's been a significant amount of funding to support zero emission transportation, specifically $2.6 billion over at ARB for zero emission vehicles and $2.9 billion at this California Energy Commission for charging infrastructure. And so we've been actively monitoring and engaging on this on behalf of BART, and we'll be looking to secure and help secure those incentives for that non-revenue fleet, as well as charging infrastructure for BART riders. The second regulation that ARB has had for now quite some time is what's called the Low Carbon Fuel Standard, or the LCFS program, which is helping to reduce the petroleum use within fuels within California. And currently, BART generates credits for operating an electric fixed guideway system. The Air Resources Board is undergoing an update to the LCFS program currently, with it likely to be adopted at the end of 2023. So we've been actively participating in those workshops that staff has been undergoing, as well as weighing in on things that are applicable to BART and specifically for those credits that are generated by the fixed guideway system. And then the third piece is what you may have been reading about in the news when it comes to this idea of the oil companies having an excess profits tax. And you may have seen just yesterday, Governor Newsom called for a special session next week. It's going to take place on December 5th to bring together lawmakers to have a discussion around what could California do to have a oil company excess profits tax. And the idea here being is, California has consistently had higher gas prices than the rest of the nation for a variety of reasons. But this past fall, you saw an even broader gap between California and the rest of the United States. And so there was this question around, are oil companies taking excess profit? And what can we do about that as a state? So I would say that it's very sort of uncertain in terms of what that's going to look like, and we'll continue to actively monitor and engage on this as we move forward. But the idea here is that excess tax, if you will, would then go back to Californians that are most impacted by high gas prices. There's also some conversations about that going to support public transit. And so it may be another funding source as we move forward. I will just say that no other state has done this before, so it would be something new. And I think there's some concern that if California were to do this, that potentially oil companies could buy gas from out of state at higher prices and show less profit. And so I think that there's going to have to be some discussion around this, but we wanted to raise this to your attention because as we're talking about various funding sources for the coming years, this could be something that we could look to. And with that, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity, and we're glad to be here and answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like now to give an overview of the proposed 2023 state legislative advocacy goals. First, we are placing a high priority on working with our transit agency partners, MTC, transit advocates, labor, and the business community to advocate for one-time or temporary state gap funding to avoid our fiscal cliff set to hit in calendar year 2025. We'll also spend 2023 working with partners and our legislative delegation on a framework for enabling legislation for a future regional funding measure. After securing the largest investment in the Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program, or TIRCIP, in the state's history, BART is now in the process of submitting its application for the Trans-Bay Corridor Core Capacity Program and coordinating with the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority on Link 21's application for project development funds. Similar to the past year's efforts, we will also pursue member budget requests to support specific capital projects and operating programs. However, since revenues for next year's budget are coming in under projections, we may eventually prioritize regional requests that can earn the support of several members of our legislative delegation. Next, building on the regional efforts made on Senate Bill 917 this year regarding transit coordination, BART will help lead regional efforts to implement transit transformation action plan provisions, such as the Clipper Bay Pass pilot, and educate our delegation on the progress of regional integration efforts. We will work with MTC and regional partners on advocating for funding to support these efforts and monitor for legislation that may relate to action plan priorities. And recently, as you may know, Governor Newsom temporarily paused the allocation of the latest round of homelessness grants to local jurisdictions due to dissatisfaction with their action plans and progress so far. In light of this development, BART will renew efforts in coordination with the California Transit Association to advocate for the expansion of eligibility to transit agencies to receive homelessness funding. These efforts may include advocating for funding specifically for transit agencies as part of a transportation budget package. You will be seeing early next year a presentation on BART's homelessness action plan, and we'll work with staff to find opportunities for funding to support our initiatives. With the success of securing $49 million from Tourist Cycle 5 for transit-oriented development mobility enhancements at Lake Merritt, West Oakland, and El Cerrito Plaza stations, as well as $1 million member request for El Cerrito Plaza, BART will continue to advocate for state funding for TOD. BART will also support legislative efforts to encourage additional housing production and density near transit, and engage with the California Transit Association on their efforts to amend the Surplus Lands Act. Great, thank you. Next slide. As the state continues its implementation of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, otherwise known as CAPTI, BART will advocate for programs to focus on transit investments to achieve statewide goals on climate, equity, accessibility, and safety, as well as improve the Bay Area's resilience to natural hazards, including earthquakes, sea level rise, and wildfires. Considering recent heat-related incidents, BART will educate legislators and agency staff on the importance of programming climate funding to address extreme heat stress on our infrastructure. Additionally, with an eye to upcoming mandates to purchase new light, medium, and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles for our non-revenue fleet, BART will pursue funding for fleet replacement from CARB, California Resources Board, as well as funding implement the EV charging policy from programs administered by CEC, the California Energy Commission. Next, following a favorable reception but no funding from legislators last year, BART will continue to advocate for funds to support the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau. BART will also advocate for funding for the Next Generation Fairgates project and support legislation that promotes the safety of riders, operators, and other frontline transit employees. Next, to support the ongoing work of the Office of the Inspector General, BART shall educate the administration and Bay Area legislative delegation of the need for additional funding and pursue a budget request for the OIG. Additionally, BART will continue to evaluate and engage in any legislative efforts that may seek to revise the duties and responsibilities of the OIG. Next, consistent with the federal goal regarding PEPRA, BART will continue to monitor this ongoing legal dispute and support efforts by the California Transit Association and the state to ensure that funding to our state's transit agencies from federal sources will continue to flow uninterrupted. Finally, BART may seek to introduce and pass sponsored legislation that addresses a specific problem or goal as identified by the board and or staff. Recent examples of BART-sponsored legislation include 2016's Assembly Bill AB 2030, which raised certain contracting thresholds, 2019's AB 923 concerning electricity procurement and delivery, and multiple bills regarding our ability to issue prohibition orders. In closing, staff requests the board adopt the 2023 federal and state advocacy program as presented. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Alex, Claire, Jim, Amanda, Emily, appreciate the presentation and the information this morning. Still this morning. All right. So with that, let us turn to public comment. Do we have any in-person public comment?
I didn't receive any speaker cards for this item.
Thank you. Any virtual public comment?
2 hands raised. We'll go first to Joe Kunzler. Joe, please go ahead.
Thank you, District Secretary. Joe Kunzler here. It's probably no surprise to everyone on this call that I'm asking that BART add to its legislative agenda, please, supporting remote testimony and getting state law to enable that. We are having a crisis situation with San Francisco city government at the moment where Supervisor Fidel Mandelman, I may not have gotten his name right, but is proposing ending remote testimony. My understanding is there will be a hearing about that on the 11th. So, I also think it's a bit inconvenient that you have to, at every single meeting, reaffirm the need for remote meetings. So I think it's time that you went in and asked for a Brown Act update. It also, may be better if you can have a Brown Act update that allows you to have one public comment period at the beginning of the meeting and only that. But I'm just speaking out loud today. I do want what's best for BART, and I definitely also want to encourage you, while I've got you on the phone, to fight hard for funding. The world needs BART to be successful. The world needs the BART family to stand together as one and make sure that BART will persevere best and avoid any fiscal cliffs. And I really hope that support's loud and clear. And also, I think BART should have the legal authority to, have ancillary revenue, like have, a coffee bar on top of Rockridge Station, and also haircut places, hair salons, gyms, and other things at its stations. But the most important thing, if I could only pick one, would be the remote testimony, because I just think it's really important to preserve and defend democracy at this time. Thank you for your time and your public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Do we have any additional public comment, Madam Secretary?
Yes, we do. We have one additional hand raised. Adina, please go ahead.
Good morning, Art, board members and staff. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to thank and commend BART for being very proactive in working with MTC and other transit agencies in focusing on the fiscal gap funding. The next agenda item with the short range transportation plan is highlighting the challenges that BART is facing along with the other agencies. So pursuing that strategy together as a region while laying the groundwork for regional funding is really important and needed. And so thanks very much for doing that. Secondarily, in following the previous speaker, in terms of remote participation, while my understanding is that it's illegal for BART to enable online public comment, and BART doesn't seem to have any plans to change that. When the emergency ends, there are going to be new rules that are still pretty restrictive for people that are on boards and are on advisory commissions that require people to post their location remote if they are going to be participating remotely. I believe that MTC has on its legislative agenda support for reducing those restrictions going forward, and that might be something that would be helpful for BART to support. And lastly, back on the federal side, the MTC is working with other metro areas on a potential federal program supported by Congressman DeSaulnier and other members of Congress to enable federal funding for fare integration. And that may already be something that BART is supporting, and would encourage BART to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. If I could, before we go to director's comments, just get clarification from staff or general counsel about virtual testimony going forward. That is legally supported, is that correct?
Yes, there's no legal prohibition against allowing the public to participate virtually.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. All right, let's turn to director comments. I have Director Rayburn followed by Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Foley. I'll be brief. Thank you very much to both our federal and state advocates for the successes that you've secured. I want to underline that both federal and state goals include at the very top of the list, of course, our operating shortfall and seeking not only a bridge to sustainability, but a permanent source of revenue. I also want to speak briefly about zero emission vehicles. And it's often bandied about as referring to cars. Yet, in terms of electric cars, more electric bikes were sold last year than electric cars. BART is all about getting people to our fare gates. And you've already heard that at North Berkeley, the plans are for substantial improvements in access for pedestrians and bicyclists. I want to interject that if you can insert one word into the definitions for zero emission vehicles, whether it's charging or the vehicles themselves, that it has to address micro mobility. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames, followed by Dufty, Lee, and Allen.
Well, I I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. I am really shocked that we can't find funding for operations on a long-term basis, given we have this technological revolution. People are working from home now. We have new ridership projections. And because of this, we are woefully lacking in funding. So I'd like to know from the federal and the state level, what is the game plan on asking for permanent funding for operations?
Thank you for that question, Director Ames. And I think those those discussions BART is participating in on a regional level as well as on a statewide level. With the bipartisan infrastructure law being a 5-year sort of package, those authorized levels of funding are set, as well as the levels of funding which come from the Highway Trust Fund, and the money that goes to transit is defined. And so I think we are looking at somewhere beyond FY26 to for any real policy change, but obviously those discussions at the federal level and changing the federal government's role in providing operating assistance to transit agencies will be discussions that we'll begin having this year and looking at that long-term horizon. I think there was a realization with the COVID relief funding about how delicate, our operating budgets can be, but on the state level as well, with no new sort of revenue sources and the state's inability to sort of, create new revenue, it is quite limited. So as we mentioned in our state goals, we are going to begin conversations about just a framework for enabling legislation, working with, again, our regional partners to look at a potential measure, varying degrees of maybe a regional measure this year. But those are really what have been identified thus far in terms of what you're talking about in a long-term sort of operating revenue source.
Okay, it's just very disconcerting, this unknown of, the lack of secure funding. It's quite frightening. And then the other problem I have is typically in bad times, funds go to operations as opposed to capital projects. This is often the case in a downturn, which we're going to be seeing soon. So is it possible to get full funding for the fare gates, for example, as a capital project? Are we asking for just $2 million here and there? Or are we asking for the full package for fare gates?
Fare gates has been a priority for us on the federal level and on the state level. As Emily mentioned, we did receive $2 million for the Next Generation Fare Gates project from a member budget request, which do have a limit and are constrained in terms of the amount that each member, may be able to receive for a project. So in terms of, I think, and I don't have the cost of the entire, Next Generation Fare Gate program at the top of my head, it is, a large figure, which one funding source, as the board may know, that project has multiple funding sources from the local, the state, and the federal level. We did prioritize asking for funding from Next Generation Fare Gates across multiple members last year within our member budget request, and determined that based on each member's district. And as Alex said, I think we are looking at a strategy this year about more district-wide requests that will gain the support of multiple members, and then hopefully be able to increase the amount of funding that we ask to maybe 9 million or 10 million, because we are aggregating that across the district and multiple members. So that is a strategy that we are looking at to help fund the Fairgate project.
Well, thank you. As I mentioned before, what happens typically is agencies tend to fund operations and then basically do the bare bones on capital improvements when there's a downturn, if there's not enough money coming in. So I would like to see the staff really pursue a full funding plan for the fare gates. I think that would deliver possibly 25 million a year in revenue if we had the full program implemented for the fare gates. The other concern I have is, the effort on Link 21 in the study phase, that's in this, I guess we're going to ask for money for the study phase. And how much money are we asking for Link 21? Do we know?
Director Ames, I'm not aware at this point of the ask. I believe it will be in the 7 digits.
And I would like to add, with funding for the Link 21 program, that is not funding that is competing, in a sense, for any capital priorities that BART may identify. On the federal side, when we're looking at programs such as the Federal Partnership Grant Program or the Corridor Identification Program, that is funding that actually CCJPA would be the lead applicant on, and BART would be a supporter in that application. And we would, be asking members across the mega region actually to support that. So and then on the state level, the TIRCP funding pot that staff had, or that our advocates had discussed, that is specifically for projects still in the development phase. And so again, that is not something that would compete directly with our core capacity application.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm concerned that we're kind of digressing to Link 21 and focusing on that progression when we've got a financial cliff, and I'd rather see funds go toward climate resiliency. I understand that there's, different buckets for the money, but I want to see more on climate resiliency and how we can plan for the future, as opposed to another crossing to San Francisco. I know our hearts are set on this in the future, but right now I think we have other concerns, and I'm going to be supportive of this whole package. I'm just voicing my commentary. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Lee, followed by Allen and Dufty.
Yes, thank you, Chair Foley. As always, I'm really, really grateful for the work that our state and federal advocates do, and I appreciate Emily in particular for you making the cross-country trek. So it's always good to see y'all in person. So Emily, Jim, Claire, thank you. You provide so much valuable on-the-ground knowledge of what's going on in our state and national capitals, and that is so critical at this juncture. As Director Ames really hammered on, we are trying to figure out how to fill our fiscal gap, and so thank you. There's a huge change both at the federal and state level, just talking really about the state level, in the folks who got elected, and that gives me a lot of anxiety. And I also recognize that there are a lot of new opportunities to hopefully identify new transit champions and build new relationships. So I just have a couple questions there. Question for state advocates or BART staff. Are committee assignments expected to change pretty significantly, especially with the speaker transition?
I don't think we'll see a lot of change initially in the chairs. What we will see is we'll have at least 24 new assembly members, again, 11 in the Senate. So you'll see committee compositions change as those new members are integrated into all of the committee memberships. But I think chairmanships will change late summer.
After the actual July transition?
Correct.
Got it. And while you're up there, the only other real question I had is based on what you know both of, well, just what you know generally of like the state legislators, including and acknowledging a lot of the new folks coming in, has there been any talk and, about a future, state legislation to authorize a future ballot measure for the Bay Area? Like, is this coming up in any way as a topic amongst both the Bay Area caucus and in general with state legislators?
I know that was something that Senator Bell was talking about, you may recall, several years ago. And I think with COVID, that talk has kind of tamped down a little bit. I've not heard it resurface as of yet, but I think as we begin to live with COVID going forward, you could see that discussion start again.
Yeah, and in general with especially the new crop of state legislators who have been elected, I mean, what is it, like a third of the state legislature has turned over in the last year and a half. Where do you feel like is there a shift in the things that people are talking about at the state level? I feel like for a long time it was always housing, but is public transit anywhere on that list, especially with the new folks coming in?
I think it is. I've been in the Sacramento arena a little over 30 years. Our current makeup is as progressive as it's ever been in the time that I've been around. I think that continues with the new elected officials that are coming in and will be sworn in on Monday. With that comes a greater emphasis on housing, affordable housing, public transit, and other issues that typically more progressive legislators have at the forefront of their individual and sometimes collective agendas.
Yeah, great, thank you. No other questions here. I would just say the change up at the state level, I would really, really encourage staff along with our advocates to do a little power mapping, do a little landscape analysis about where should we be prioritizing our time and energy, especially in developing relationships with new folks, have a sense of what the new transportation committees look like. I have seen how deadly appropriations committees can be too. And, as those change up, we should be aware of who's on those committees. And, really, as always, connect with board directors as part of this advocacy. I would like to see us take multiple trips, to do those lobby days up in Sacramento early and often next year. I think all of us will be ready to chip in and join y'all in doing that. But, we've got to fill this opportunity. And if, as you say, Jim, we've got one of the most progressive state legislatures ever, we've got to make sure that public transit is seen as one of those progressive policy areas and priorities, and not something that we have to come in later and prove. So let's make sure to do that work. I've also really talked with the BART team about the significant change up at our local level as well, and how that's going to make that's going to change also the makeup of MTC in particular. And our fellow transit boards. Again, I think that level of analysis and getting us in those rooms early to welcome and introduce ourselves as both the BART district and as, the BART board directors to those new folks, I think is really critical. We know at the end of the day, a lot of, our advocacy is so dependent on these relationships that we build. So let's do it early and often for sure. Aside from that, I really support the federal and state goals that are here today. I'm aligned with Director Rayburn in noting the importance of addressing the fiscal cliff as our top goal. So thank you for putting that really front and center, staff. And do we need a motion for this? Yeah, I'll move this item for approval.
Second.
Thank you. Properly moved and seconded. Looks like we have two remaining speakers, Director Allen and then Director Dufty.
Thank you, Chair Foley. And thank you to staff and to our advocacy professionals for all of the hard work you do on behalf of this agency. It certainly is it's more challenging than ever before. I am convinced. The only question I really have regarding, this is really for staff regarding the stated goals that are on our screen and the motion we'll adopt here, is that it is not lost on me that Fairgates and the Inspector General's office are again not stated as federal goals. And I asked this question before the meeting, and the answer was, well, we don't know that there's any opportunities. I'm not sure that there are opportunities for a whole lot of the things that you have stated here, but they're on the advocacy goals. And I would actually request the maker of the motion to amend the motion to add the language that appears on the state advocacy goal for the Inspector General's office, the first part of that to be added to the federal goals, and to also, where the federal goals do actually state the progressive policing like they do on the state goals, should also have included the Fairgate project specifically. I really feel like if the goals that we pass do not include these things, that they will be sort of out of mind and not on the table, or at least a very high priority for on the federal side. And I think there are opportunities. We just have to go develop them on the federal side. So I'm asking the maker of the motion to add those two items to the federal side. I'm not sure that that hurts anything.
If I could ask staff, how would you approach this? Make sense to include those goals? Is there a reason why they're not there?
We do recognize that they were not explicitly included within our federal advocacy goals in relation to fare gates, as well as the Inspector General. We are committed to bringing those and incorporating those into our advocacy work, just as we've been talking about fare gates with our federal delegation for 2 years now. And I know there has been conversations that we've had with specific members about the Inspector General. So, I can confidently say that we have been discussing those two topics, and we are not opposed if the board here today decides to explicitly incorporate those into the goals and guide us that way.
To be a supportive colleague, I'm fine with that as a friendly amendment. I do think, though, that in terms of funding for the IG's office, which I am supportive of now, that we have a lot more that we can do, I think, at the state level. And I think it's really all about finding that specific funding stream or that funding program that matches, or finding that specific state legislator who's willing to do some sort of request on our behalf. And I really would want to make sure we were looking into all of the state options before we were putting too much time and energy at the federal level. With that said, I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Dufty.
I'm glad our vice president is in a gracious and open mood today, so I'm going to test that just a little bit. First, let me say how wonderful it is to see our legislative advocacy team from Sacramento and DC, and our wonderful in-house staff in government and public affairs. I miss my days doing this work 30 years ago for the LA MTA, and so I'm very wistful hearing the discussion, and so much change and opportunity exists. And I would say to our advocates that I think the BART board has had a really stellar year, particularly in San Francisco, advocating around the extension of the transit sales tax Prop L, which has been extended for a 30-year period, and it was a 2/3 vote required. And Muni's bond measure that went up in January failed by 1% to get the 2/3. And the expectation was that we were not going to do well, but we worked really, really hard at it and got a 71.9% approval. So, and that really involved the San Francisco directors going and repeatedly with staff meeting with decision makers, with the Board of Supervisors and with the Expenditure Plan Review Committee. And so I just promised you I've cleared the decks so that we can come and visit and work and see our members and see new members from other parts of the country that don't know much about BART. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity. So with that warm up, I am interested in offering some language with respect to Link 21. And I will share that momentarily. Oh boy. Okay. So I do apologize for that. Rod, you don't have, all of a sudden I can't find it in my phone.
Candace up it. No, I'm just kidding.
That's hateful. Rod, do you have the language he sent to me?
Director Dufty, I'm pulling it up now.
Okay, thank you so much. And basically, what this is, including Link 21 in our agenda, it is important. Yes, I recognize it is a project of the CCJPA, but when you get out into the world of elected officials and decision makers at the state level and the federal level, this is seen as something that BART has done, building a Transbay tube. And so I think that we do have ownership. And so I just would like to see modest language that I think sends the right signal.
So Director Duffy, the discussion we had around Link 21, the language that I believe you would like to propose, and correct me if I'm incorrect, is to add a goal that says coordinate with the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority to pursue BIL funding for Link 21 program focused on project development, equity, and environmental clearance of a new Transbay Rail crossing.
That is it. Madam Vice President.
And staff has no issues with this?
No.
I'm just feeling so gracious today.
It's the sweater.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment, thanks.
Thank you.
Director Duffy, is there any additional comment from you?
No.
Okay, so just for procedural purposes, we had 2 additional friendly amendments. Does the seconder of this motion accept those friendly amendments?
I do. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just checking. All right. I think we do have one additional public comment virtually, but before we go to that, let me just make a brief comment myself. There are 2 items that I talked to staff about that are not included or highlighted in the goals that you brought forward, and there's some reasons behind that, but I just wanted to raise them here publicly. 2 of the areas that I'd like us to look at in the future are the electrification of BART. And I know we're looking at a feasibility study and we have to really make those steps occur first. But just so that it's on our radar down the road, we would like to look at, or I would like us to look at, moving in that direction and trying to identify funding for that. And then lastly, is platform screening. And again, I know that we're waiting for the computer-based train control before we can kind of move forward with that concept. But I do think that as a rail agency and focused on passenger safety, platform screening is very important. And I think we ought to look at opportunities again down the road where we can identify funding to make that a reality. And so with that, let me turn it to Madam Secretary for the last public comment before
Mr.
we go to a
Chairman,
vote. Oh,
I just want to associate myself with this. This is a topic that the general manager and I have talked about for some time and because of the CBTC, but I definitely think that for interested board members, certainly, we have screen doors at SFO, and I think to meet with some of the folks that put that together. And so I'd really welcome the opportunity to work with you and other members of the board on this. Thank you.
thank you. Madam Secretary.
George, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is George Spees, resident of Oakland and frequent user of the BART system. A couple of comments here. Thanks to everybody who does all this hard work on legislative advocacy. Looks really good. I want to just second the chair, if I understood him correctly. One thing as a regular user that is really difficult about the BART system is the lack of screening for those stations that are in the freeway medians, right? So that would be Orinda, Lafayette, Rockridge, MacArthur, etc. Dublin, Pleasanton. It's such a difficult and discouraging element of the stations, and it would be really nice if funding could be found over time. And I know that this is not a quick fix to do something about sound barriers for those stations. So to the extent that that's something that could be looked at and thought about, that would be great. Secondly, this whole maybe the word obsession is excessive, but with fare gates and trying to limit the number of people who are hopping the fare gates it's honestly, as a user, from what I see, it's a minor situation. Most of the people that I see are paying their fare. Sometimes teenagers jump the fare gates. Is this really something that we need to inconvenience everyone else and spend millions of dollars on fixing? I mean, I think that the reclaim on an investment like that would stretch into decades. and it's simply not worth it. I would rather see teenagers, minors, be able to ride for free in any case. It seems like a misplaced priority in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, George. To clarify, my comment regarding platform screening was around passenger safety to prevent someone from falling into the trackway, or we occasionally have folks that will trespass and enter the trackway. But that said, I do think that the idea of sound barriers and looking at opportunities for that isn't a bad idea, and certainly is a good idea. So I won't necessarily, again, put it forward today, but something that we should talk about. So with that, Madam Secretary, can we turn to the vote?
Yes, we can. Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Dufty?
Yes.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
President Saltzman, this concludes the PPAL committee, and I turn it back to you.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to Chair Simon, what we just discussed is we're going to go to item 9B, the creation of the excursion fair, and then we're going to break for closed session, and then we will come back to 9A and the other items on our agenda. Sorry, Pam, to switch it up on you. I hope that's okay.
We're ready, Director, or President Saltzman, we're ready to go.
Yeah,
I know you're prepared for everything. So.
Team Pam stays ready, which is amazing. And thank you, President Saltzman, for aiding us in being able to address B first and getting us into closed session to be back to manage the rest of the agenda. So without further ado, thank you again, Team Pam. And you all are going to lead us through a conversation about the creation of the grace period for the excursion fair. This is an action item in front of the board. So after the presentation, we'll go to public comment and we'll go to board comments. And then I would love to facilitate us through the vote.
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson Simon. And to my left here is Patricia Nelson. She's our Director of Clipper and the right-hand person in putting together this project. So the item in your packet is an EDD to take a board action to modify the excursion fare when technically feasible to include a 30-minute grace period. As you probably know, the excursion fare is applied to passengers that begin or end their trip at the same station. However, if a rider changes their mind about riding BART, we do not wish to charge them an excursion fare. Unfortunately, the process to avoid paying the excursion fare for those riders is cumbersome. They can seek a refund at a later point in time, or they can work with the station agent on exiting. A grace period would be a technical improvement to an existing practice, and this would improve the customer experience and streamline our current processes. We're working with MTC to see if we can implement this under the current Clipper 1 system, the C1 system. However, if we're not able to implement it in the near future under C1, staff had the foresight years ago to build this feature into the business rules for C2, the next generation Clipper system. So this improvement, while not soon enough for us, could be rolled out sometime in the first half of calendar year 2024. We do have some recent rider data on not on who, but on the excursion fare trips. Approximately 80% of the riders that use an excursion fare do exit the system within 30 minutes. That's why we're recommending a 30-minute grace period. And there is a revenue impact to this. However, this is not revenue that we necessarily really want to obtain. These are riders who have changed their mind about riding BART and are not, using the system. If we did implement a 30-minute grace period using today's data, that would be a revenue impact of about 1.3 million. But I do want to note for you that this revenue impact does not include the impact of refunds that passengers may be obtaining. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and turn this back over to the board. There is a motion in the EDD.
Thank you so much to your team, and thank you for bringing this to the board. We have public comment. I don't have any speaker cards here. District Secretary, do you see any online?
Yes, we actually do have Lita Dupree in the audience who would like to speak on this item.
Oh, it was right here. Ms. Dupree, I apologize. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Latifah Simon and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I remember bringing this up about 5 years ago. Washington Metro, which I've also used, has a grace period as well. And it's about making a better customer experience, because we don't want to lose customers that could pay us fair because of difficult experiences in trying to resolve an issue where they have to leave the system for various reasons. I'm a person with disabilities. Something could happen to me where I could have to leave the system. People don't take changing their minds lightly about this. And so this will free up time for our station agents to do other things able to help customers to have a better experience, because exception handling gets very complicated and it gets very uneven. So this will bring some consistency to it. Because I think we're going to make that fair revenue back, because by making this more convenient, we're going to keep people riding BART, and it will set a more positive example on this system of how we treat people who may be in situations that are difficult. I certainly think along with this, we should have external signage to let people know that there may be some issues with trains being canceled, so they don't have to go through the process in the first place. But there are other reasons that people, even if they know of an issue with train scheduling, may still have to leave the system. Someone may feel unsafe. Someone may have a medical event. Someone may have a panic attack. And so this is inclusive. And it shouldn't have taken this long to get there. And I hope that we can have an expeditious application of this process, because Washington has been doing it for years, maybe since their inception in 1976. So I ask that you pass this legislation today. This will affirm that BART is indeed and truly the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do you have anyone else? Yes, we do. We have 4 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, let's go. And thank you all for participating virtually. District Secretary will call on you.
George, please go ahead.
Hi, George Spies again. I completely support this as a regular BART user. I've experienced this very problem in the past, especially over the last couple of years, where train cancellations have increased. And coming into the station to discover that the next train is coming in 48 minutes, clearly, especially at night, you want to turn around and go back out and find another way to get home. So thank you for bringing this. I'm presuming this is going to pass. I think it's a common sense and obvious thing to do. And I would agree with other people that this is not revenue that you need or definitely or are looking for. Appreciate you getting this passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next caller.
Adina, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, strongly supportive of this move. As a transit user, I've been bitten by this excursion fare. When you go into the BART station and you see that the train is delayed, and want to come out and then use a bus or a bike to get to where you're going and have this extra charge. I've experienced it at Millbrae, where I go in and I want to use Caltrain and want to come in and use the restroom and go out and use Caltrain, and there is no person at the desk. So this is really something that, as an individual user, I think is generates a goodwill, and representing Seamless Bay Area. This is something that helps with the customer experience. It helps people use different elements of the transit system together. If you can't use BART because it's delayed and you want to use a bus instead, that makes that more user friendly. And, in terms of getting ridership back, while there is a cost for people who get bit by this, the benefit in having people who, when they use BART, feel that they got good value as opposed to getting, taken money unfairly. It's really a good customer experience, customer relationship move. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Joe, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, District Secretary. Joe Kunzler here. I've rode BART quite a bit, and I generally appreciate the idea of an excursion fare, but I think, frankly, it needs to be repealed and replaced with, an all-day pass that you pay once, say $25, $30 or so, and then you have that index to inflation, and you pay once and you get to ride the BART system all day. I think it would be better than an excursion fare, and I think it would work very well considering that BART has made a historical point of connecting to and from airports. And as I like to say in these transit-oriented calls, everyone walking on and off a plane is a pedestrian. They're not putting their cars on Southwest 737s out of Oakland or Alaska Airlines 737 Maxes out of SFO. They are walking on and walking off. So I think having a fair product for that business traveler of like $25 or all day would remove the excursion fare and, all the issues around that are going on. I also second everything Dean 11 said. So thank you for your time, and hopefully we can see a day pass in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the last caller. Thank you.
Seamless Bay Area, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Ian Griffiths, and I'll just speak on behalf of myself as a BART rider. I think this is really support this policy. I think it's important to keep in mind the big picture here and not focus on the projected cost, but really think about how this policy change removes a barrier to people considering using BART. Being able to just know with certainty, go into the station, go into the platform, not have to look at the signs. And if there's a problem, you have confidence you can get out. I know so often when I'm rushing for a train and I go and I'm at a downtown San Francisco station and I go to BART first and then I barely miss the train. It may not even be a delay, but it barely misses a train. And then I realize, I could take Muni and it would be faster. But then, sometimes I leave and then I can't find a station agent. This is especially at some of the other stations. And in Oakland, you can't always find a station agent to get that refund. And then you're faced with the choice as a rider. Okay, do I just use the emergency exit? Do I let myself out, illegally? You're faced with this difficult choice to kind of break the rules sometimes. And people shouldn't have that hesitation. I think a lot of people with the excursion fare, that a lot of people are not, I don't think what's showing up in some of those ridership figures is that so often, a station agent will let you out and then you have to remember to talk to the station agent. Then next time you come in, he'll have them let you in and then tap on. And then sometimes there's no one there and you can't get the station gates to open when you next come in. So this is just it's a really user unfriendly policy and it really leaves a bad taste in riders' mouths after using the system. So really, please get rid of this policy. Get rid of the excursion fare. I like the 30-minute grace period. And I think overall, this is a part of how BART can present itself as a much more user-friendly system to riders that will attract more people and improve people's impressions of BART over the long term. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, callers, for calling in, taking time out of your day. I have two speakers from the board who wish to speak. Anyone else? Great. We have President Salzman and Vice President Lee.
Thank you, Chair Simon. First, I wanted to thank Pam and her team for working on this. I first brought up a proposal to fix the excursion fare in 2014. And I brought up an RCI and was told we absolutely could not do it. I still have a copy of the response. BART was just different then. I think the response often was like, oh, that sounds outside of the box. No. And it's great to see that under Bob's leadership and under the leadership of our new AGMs that we've really changed it. Instead of saying no, it's like, well, that sounds hard, but let's see if there's a way that we could make this work. Vice President Lee and I brought this up early this year, and we've been working with Pam and her team on it. And I brought it forward as an RCI, mostly because of the delay in Clipper. We thought it would kind of be solved then and it would be quick, but there just felt like more urgency, especially with the recent delays we've had. I got a lot of complaints from constituents saying, not only was I delayed for half hour, 2 hours, but I also got this charge and never even rode BART. It just didn't feel right. And I think that's what staff is saying too. It's what all the speakers are saying. So we end up losing a little bit of money, but it's money we shouldn't have had in the first place. And it makes the riders feel a lot better. And I think that's so important to maintaining our riders, especially when they've had a frustrating experience with BART service. At least they're going to know, they're not getting charged for it and we respect them. So I hope you all will join me in supporting this, and I will move the item.
I'll second it.
We have a motion on the floor and a second, and Vice President Lee, and then we'll go to the vote.
Yep.
Thank you.
I won't hold us up too long here. So I moved to the Bay Area in 2013, lived in San Francisco for a minute, but ended up living in West Oakland for 2 years. And I took BART in. My office was right above Palo BART station. So I'd bike over to West Oakland, take BART in. And I'll just say those couple years, 2013 and 2015, if y'all remember, were pretty rough years for BART. There were a lot of major breakdowns. I was really poor at that time. I was like, all the change I would find, I would like fill up my Clipper with all the change. And then if I needed to pay for my fare, I put the exact amount that I knew I needed to take between West Oakland and Palo. And if you've been there, I know some folks on this board have been there, it doesn't feel great. And then when there'd be a major breakdown and get dinged up for whoever it was at that time, $6, whatever, I did not have that on my Clipper card to pay. And I did not budget that. I could not afford that. And it hurt because I would have to jump out. I hitched a ride with a stranger one time to come to work. I would, if I was going back home, I'd rush from Palo BART station all the way to the temporary Transbay terminal, get on the NL and would pay double fare to do that. Anyway, if it happens to you, it sucks. Having to pay the excursion fare, and it just feels like you're hit up so many times, as some of our public commenters said, as President Salsa has mentioned. And so I am so glad we are finally getting here, and I appreciate staff so much for being open to this and bringing this forward. I know that this isn't fixing all BART rider woes, but it makes me feel great that we are here and we can make this commitment clear to establish this excursion fare grace period. I wish it could happen sooner. I know that that's not on us at all. And I hope that this opens a door for us once, the technology is there for us to explore a lot more of the ideas, fare capping to those day passes like our public commenter mentioned. I think we'll get there, and this is just a first step. So hoping to vote yes on this today.
Thank you, Vice President. As we go to the vote, I do again want to thank staff and of course the origins of this conversation, President Salzman, but it just also proves that we actually have a staff that are trying to solve the smallest and the largest problems. And it does feel good to be in an institution. And I know when I was president, working with Pam's team, the ethical the ethical end was always the goal to serve folks in the system. And I know that's still true. I know we don't work together every day, but again, your staff are consistently being creative, looking back at what was presented before. And we were told no on a lot of things, and there's so much good that's happening. And as a lifelong BART rider with kids forgetting sheet music and keys, I can't tell you, I want an excursion refund, Pam. No, I'm just like $3,000 over the course of my time riding BART. But this is good for the folks. District Secretary, let's go to the vote.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yay.
Director Dufty.
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Director Saltzman, I'll give the gavel back to you.
Thank you. So again, we're going to go out of order in the agenda. We're now going to go to item 12A, our closed session public employment. And again, after closed session, we'll come back into the open session for the rest of the agenda. Are there any public comments on item 12A?
I don't see any hands raised and I didn't receive any speaker cards.
Okay, then we will now go into closed session.
My area looks like a preschool, just stuff. So it's like, what is going on?
Thanks. Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon, board members. Can we bring up the slide deck, please? Okay. So we have two items to cover for you today. The fiscal 23 to 32 operating financial outlook, which is for information only, and the fiscal 23 reimagined short-range transit plan, which requires board adoption as a prerequisite for federal funding. The material in both documents was originally presented in some detail at the October 13th board meeting. And because the content is familiar, today I'll just revisit key findings, and then we'd be happy to answer your questions. For this year, MTC has restructured the short-range transit plan guidelines, and the revised approach narrows the planning horizon to 5 years and asks operators to estimate how much service could be run while achieving the balanced budget under 3 specified revenue scenarios. The reimagined short-range transit plan scenarios differ from the district's own planning scenarios in significant ways. The revenue levels are specified by MTC. Federal emergency assistance funds are excluded, and the resulting service scenarios do not reflect actual planned or proposed service.
We're working on the president, sorry.
I want to make sure, why don't we just sort of maybe take a little bit of a beat, because I want to make sure that your presentation is lining up with the.
Apologies, Chair Simon.
Oh, it's okay. We can talk about Christmas gifts, holiday, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. It's, you know, it's Indigenous
I think
Peoples Month. There's a lot of good stuff going on we could chat about.
Chairperson,
I just want to make sure that folks that can see along while you're talking in the world. But if you have another suggestion, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying,
how long it's going to take.
we'd be happy to just give a basic overview and then revisit any slides.
Why don't we do that? Is that okay with folks? I know that the slides are great, the materials are great. Folks can follow along what they have in their packets. But why don't we do that? I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mike,
I think we're coming up as we speak.
keep going, Mike.
Yes, keep going.
Okay. So was just covering how the reimagined short-range plan is different from the traditional short-range plan, short-range transit plan and BART's own forecast. So because of the potential for confusion, your packet also includes the fiscal 23 to 32 operating financial outlook document. And it presents BART's own 10-year operating financial outlook, and you'll find that consistent with recent budget discussions. So I'll go now to the slides. We'll just advance here. So before addressing the short-range transit plan itself, I'll recap the key conclusions from our 10-year operating outlook. As you know, BART service has been restored to higher than pre-pandemic levels, and our projections assume we maintain roughly present service levels until the addition of core capacity service beginning in fiscal 28. And I'll just pause there and reiterate that staff is not proposing service reductions. In the base case scenario, and you can see our 3 revenue scenarios on here on the slide, base case, upside, and downside. In the base case scenario, BART would fully expend federal funds by approximately August of 2025, and thereafter the district would face operating deficits between 170 and 220 million per year. In the downside scenario, federal funds would be expended as soon as January 2025, and thereafter BART would face operating deficits between 250 and 300 million per year. To address these challenges, managing expenses and investing in ridership recovery are both critical. Ultimately, though, BART's future depends on working to develop a funding model that includes more public investment so that we are less reliant on passenger fares. Turning now to today's action item, the reimagined SRTP. Board members will recall the key conclusions from our discussion of the reimagined SRTP draft in October. To restate, the MTC guidelines asked the BART to estimate how much service we could run while achieving a balanced budget in each of 3 MTC specified scenarios. All these conclusions exclude federal emergency assistance, and 2 of the 3 scenarios include sharply lower revenue than what would be required to maintain present service levels. This framework serves to test the question of whether it is possible for BART to achieve fiscal stability through service reductions. You'll recall the conclusions of this analysis that we covered in October. Because rail operations have high fixed costs and low marginal costs, service reductions did not save a proportional amount of expense. As a result, cutting to balance in 2 of the 3 scenarios results in minimal service that would not meet the region's needs or even provide enough capacity to meet demand. Critically, this poor service would lead to further loss of ridership and fare revenue and further deterioration of our fiscal position. The reimagined SRTP therefore reaches the same conclusion as BART's own forecasts. Cutting service does not offer a viable path to fiscal stability. Sustaining BART service after federal emergency funding will require a new revenue model with increased public investment. In light of these conclusions, I'll just briefly revisit priority actions for staff. Across the district, we're working to further extend the operating runway, and that will continue through the upcoming budget process. We're continuing to work to improve service quality and customer experience to increase ridership, continuing to advance regional transit transformation action plan initiatives with our regional partners, and of course, advancing regional revenue opportunities, through robust partnership and advocacy, as you heard in some detail this morning. In conclusion, staff recommends adoption of the fiscal 23 reimagined short-range transit plan.
President Salzman, do we want to take this action up now, or would you recommend that they go through the rest of the presentation?
Well, they did.
I mean, you're done with the whole presentation. Well, I love that. I was like, that was a lot of reading for a 7-minute presentation. Any comments from the public?
Yes, we didn't receive any speaker cards, but I do see 3 hands raised on Zoom.
Fantastic. Thanks you all for joining us today. The district secretary will call on you. First caller.
Sherman, please go ahead. Sherman, please accept the unmute request.
Maybe we can go to the next caller and have Sherman go last.
John, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Minot, and I'm with the East Bay Transit Riders Union. Thank you very much for presenting this. I think the gap coming up is very concerning, and we definitely need to be proactive in addressing it, which is why I'm glad BART is being proactive in that way and pursuing funds to mitigate the cliff in the short term, moving into the long term. I think that the symbiotic relationship with AC Transit is important here. AC Transit is not going to have the same advocacy resources, but can be a big part of this, and is important to be part of the conversation of especially state funding in the short term. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Next caller.
George, please go ahead.
Hi, George Spies, frequent BART user. I want to just say that it's great that BART is proactively working with MTC and other folks to look for that gap funding. Clearly, we're going to have to move toward potentially a regional measure to provide funding, and glad to see folks having that in mind and working toward the possibility or even likelihood of fielding a regional bond measure to provide a funding source. And I really like the fact that the commitment to service in order to regrow ridership is front and center here, because that's just critically important. You know, in the end, transit is something that needs to be subsidized. It needs to be a service that we provide to the populace. And of course, you know, with climate chaos coming down upon our heads, we need to get as much mode shift from private vehicles to transit as possible. And so everything that BART can do to form the spine of a seamless network across the whole Bay Area and help move people into transit ridership through good service, integrated and well-funded service is going to be really important. So I'm really happy to see that BART is so proactive in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we had one more caller we were going to try to root back in. Are they still there?
Yes, and we do have another hand that went up.
Okay.
So we return to Sherman. Sherman, please go ahead and accept the unmute request. *6. Okay, so it looks like we may not have Sherman. So
That's okay. Let's go to the last caller and we'll go to the board.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, board members. David Sorrell with the Association for Commuter Transportation and Transportation Manager and Administrator at UC Berkeley. Looking at I first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to analyze both what's necessary and what needs to be done, at least in the short term. I know that the district has some very lofty and ambitious goals that should be applauded. I think the approach that we need to take, or at least that I would like the board to take, is to look at both the commitment of service, into which that you are doing a really good job with, but also to further coordinate and to team up with other service boards, especially on the rail side, to at least be the backbone that the region needs. Acknowledging the often criticism of, the tolls and road charges and potential, discussions for that. Given our climate scenario, we have to make transit far more competitive, especially as we rebuild service moving forward. I think that you guys are going in that direction. And I think that additional treatments, whether it be through a regional measure, to not only capture the operating funds necessary to get the service on the road, but also the treatments that were identified in both the transformational action plan that's not limited to just Bay Pass, but just making things of that nature important and also permanent, can be able to make that case to get beyond the ridership levels that you guys are currently reporting. I think that as long as the district continues that upward trend of being proactive and being very forward with how do we make service better and faster. And just from acknowledging my commute from Berkeley all the way to Pleasanton now, and realizing that 880 and 580 are doing their pre-COVID levels in terms of traffic congestion. And I'm not a fan of driving to start with. I think that if we continue to make those efforts to make transit sexy, and that includes, the things that I've mentioned previously, I think that it may actually manage to get your SRTP goals in the net positive. And so we're rooting for you, continue the good work, and thank you for the time and effort. I yield.
Thank you so much. Go Bears. Not a bear, but go Bears.
Go Bears.
I think I only have one board member who'd like to make a comment on this item. If you'd like to make a comment, board, please touch your screens. President Salzman.
Thank you. So I'm supportive of moving forward with this. I just want to reiterate, because of the media coverage we've got in the past week, and Bob and I were at a meeting yesterday and somebody joked, when are you cutting weekend service? It's frustrating that this sort of thought exercise, people took it as a reality, but they did. And so I think it's on us now to let people know, this was an exercise we needed to do for the MTC. What it shows us, though, and why it's a useful exercise, is that we can cut and cut and cut service, and that will not balance our budget, because we'll just lose and lose and lose riders. So I think that is the takeaway message from this reimagined SRTP, is we can't cut our way out of the problem. I really liked that you presented both the reimagined SRTP and the financial outlook document, which was much closer to what an SRTP usually is, because that one showed that we're going to not only continue the service we run today, but we're planning improvements to it, incremental, and then really big improvements once we get the new train control system online. So again, just really appreciate how you laid it out, and wanted to reiterate, we're not cutting service. This shows why we can't cut service, and so it's now on all of us to find the funding to make sure that that never has to be something that we consider. So I'd be happy to move this item.
I will second it. And we have Director Ames followed, and I believe our final comment or question from a board member will be from Director Rayburn. So Director Ames, please.
Thank you. So I just, I feel like, okay, this is step one, right? We're showing our financial constraints. And what do we do next? So, you know, what is MTC going to do with this data? That's my first question. They got all of this data from different agencies. And so what is the next step for MTC?
So MTC is one of the key partners in much of the advocacy work that we're discussing at the state and federal levels. So I think their aim in doing this was to get a standard set of scenarios for all the operators in the region that they can combine into a set of scenarios that they can present to decision makers that, you know, in Sacramento and DC and other and locally. To show what it would look like if transit were not fully funded and what that would really mean for service, not just for BART, but for all 9 counties.
With all the same set of assumptions in that base data, that was one of the key messages coming out of this from MTC.
That's right.
So I guess if I were a legislator and I said, okay, we're going to give you another $1 billion because we're going to spend $1.6 billion by 2025, and this is stimulus funding. If I were a legislator, I would say, well, how are we going to build ridership? This is a key strategic problem that we need to solve. So I'm, you know, a little frustrated by the progress of the Fare Integration Task Force. Sorry, Bob, but I wanted to see more pilot programs. For my district, I've been trying to get, for example, Loney College, you know, Chabot College in a transit program. It's difficult for them to be in a transit program because of the cost. So I'm just trying to figure out well, that's a new customer. It could be college students. And they weren't selected as part of the pilot. So that's an example of a college that was excluded from the pilot. So daily passes, monthly passes. I mean, I'd like to see, if I were a legislator, I'd say, what is the game plan on building a new model for ridership? So what would be the answer here?
Well, might I ask, I don't know if within this discussion we can talk about the ridership plans at length. That would probably satisfy this question. And I do think it's an important question. Push back on me, Director. If
I would just want to hear the game plan.
But this, we're not, I find it difficult in this conversation to talk about our future ridership plan, given that in January, in less than 6 weeks, we have a workshop where we're going to continue to talk about the future of BART. I think what we're trying to do here, and the questions are, it's a fair question, but within this agenda item, I think it might be difficult to give you a swath of all the initiatives.
Right. Well, I'm not asking for a swath. I'm just asking for what is going to be the ridership plan, which could be, let's talk about it at the next meeting. So I'd like to hear staff's idea of what this is going to look like.
Take it away.
It is a broad topic and there's a lot to say. So just, I'll say very briefly, if we were making an advocacy, you know, if we were in Sacramento today talking about, I think the message would probably focus on the Regional Transit Transformation Action Plan, which includes not only fare integration, but also transit priority, wayfinding, connected network plan. And we try to emphasize the way that all the many agencies in the region are working together across multiple fronts. I think certainly there's more to say on it, but that would probably be the emphasis today.
Okay, well, I just, the transit, you know, action plan, I don't think is sufficient. I have like those ideas that I just voiced. I would hope to see some kind of movement on monthly, weekly, daily passes. This whole push of getting new ridership, knowing that we have a changed ridership model, right? They're telecommuting, this is not going away. So that's a concern I hope we discuss at our, you know, next, or at our study session or our workshop. And then also related to that, just further discussion, is the capital planning on reliability. And this is also going to build ridership trust for people to come back to BART because they don't want to be delayed. if there's a ridership, a system breakdown. So perhaps we could come up with a strategic plan for capital projects on reliability, multi-year planning discussion. And maybe we just tip the tip of the iceberg at the workshop, but ridership and reliability to me are something that we need to really dive into and see strategic planning to get our ridership back and see that it's going to grow. We're testing the waters. And then I would say, okay, we feel confident that we can go to the voters.
Well, I one of the things I would suggest that staff have a conversation one-on-one with this director and others as advised on brainstorming what I know that you all are already putting in place. But this is part of what we do with the public. You should know is we have opportunities to meet with staff. They're available to us 7 days, 5 days a week to explore opportunities. And we're not in workshop mode, so we can't do this here. But if there's a particular question that you want to end with, then I'm going to go to Director Rayburn.
Okay, so my concern is we've got step one, but we don't know how to grow ridership. We know that we're going to have to go get funding, but I don't see a plan on growing ridership, which is, getting the new customer, which is extremely difficult.
And I think that is probably I'm going to close comment now on this because it is the most issue in this agency, and you're not going to get everything that you need to get now. And I can't just have you being in conversation with staff. If there's a particular question you'd like to ask.
Those are my comments. I'm going to end my comments. I don't want to get into an in-depth conversation. These are my concerns. Okay. So I'm hopeful to talk about it next year. Thank you.
Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon. I just want to thank all the public commenters, in particular David Sorrell's query about coordination. And yesterday, the BART general manager sent a letter to Secretary Buttigieg, along with 14 other agencies? Yeah, all on the same page. So I think it's important to note that there is a proactive approach here. As well, I want to share that in the future, a report of this stature, and I've received every prior service review or short-range service plan before the media receives it. And I want to make sure that occurs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. And I apologize about closing comment. I think that the longer discussions about our large plans are super critical and important, but our job here just today is to approve this re-envisioned idea of how we're going to think about moving the agency forward. Not enough time, clearly, and I apologize for the truncated discussion. With that, we have a motion on the floor and a second. If there's no further discussions, I see Director Allen. My apologies, Director Allen.
Yes, and I will be really brief. I just think, it's been hammered home over the last several weeks. It's very clear. We cannot survive the death spiral, and we can't cut our way out of the deficits that we face. That's clear. But I think that this isn't an all or nothing thing. Find $250 million a year more money of revenue, mostly tax revenue, or cut our way into no service. It isn't that simple. And I think sometimes it's being presented as that simple, one or the other, take your pick. But I feel like, the plan has to be a more well thought out, comprehensive strategic plan that encompasses some cuts, but also encompasses a lot of new ideas on how do we actually operate this service a lot more efficiently. And that is going to include all parties coming to the table in that conversation, including labor. I think that we also should be talking about how we're going to get new revenue. Absolutely, we have to. We know we have to, okay? But that should be combined with a really well thought out strategic plan of how do we really make transit more efficient. And we all know that it could be a lot more efficient. Ridership is stabilized. We don't have any data that provides us with any magic solution that ridership is going to return immediately. So we have to be planning for the ridership we have and making a plan for both revenue and expenses as we go forward. And I know that my part of the region, when BART comes knocking for a new tax measure, the very first thing that is going to be asked is, what has BART done to make operations of the transit system more efficient? I know we can come together and we can formulate this plan, but I really don't see any long-term strategic plan at this time. And I hope that when we do the workshop, that we can actually put together some new ideas. And some of those new ideas may be tough choices that we will have to make. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Director Allen, and this, I also appreciate the iconography of reimagining everything to figure it out. And it does also speak to where we're at, being creative, coming to the table. So we're definitely looking forward to the first quarter to work with your team. Thank you, Deborah, for pushing that. We have a motion and a second, and let's go to the vote. District Secretary.
Okay. Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Dufty, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for helping us get through this item. I appreciate all of you. Director or President Saltzman, back to you.
Thank you. We're going to now go to item 10, engineering and operations. I will turn it over to Chair Dufty. I do want to remind folks, we still have the one item on our special board meeting. So I know sometimes the QPR is quick and sometimes it's very long from the board point of view. So if we can keep it a little bit shorter today, that would be great, because I would like to get us to that very important item.
So we'll start with Deputy General Manager Jones to lead us off.
Good afternoon again, Director DGM Jones. So speaking of reimagining, the chief and AGM Edwards have put a lot of work into reimagining the content and the outlook of our quarterly performance document. So if you recall, this is a two-step process that we're working on. We got a lot of feedback from the board at our last QPR about making it a little bit more user-friendly, focusing on content that's more urgent than other content, also calling out more catastrophic events that occurred in the system, so that we can outline those issues. So step one, we've done that. We've re-outlined the entire document. We think you'll be pleased with the outcome. And then step two is the work of reimagining the goals. We all realize that the goals have been the same for a long time. Some of them don't make sense anymore, given the ridership and the post-pandemic. So our thought process is we get the content down between this quarter and next quarter. We will work with staff and we'll put a memo together on what we're proposing to change. And if we hear no objections to that, the next quarter will come with the new content as well as the new layout. So with that, I'll turn it over to AGM Edwards.
Thank you, DGM Jones. Board, good afternoon. Directors, as you can see, we've made some changes. This newest version of the QPR is grouped by our key measures into four main categories: service delivery, railway asset availability, customer experience, and safety and security. Each with two or more subcategories, as mentioned, and we will continue to refine the layout and also re-baseline our goals for the future QPR. This is a new dashboard. We want to draw your attention to what we're going to focus, which is what we can control. So today's focus will be mainly on wayside assets and operations staffing, which will allow us to increase and deliver on punctuality and customer service. This slide shows an overview of elements for the first of the four KPI groups, service delivery. This is our priority, and 3 of the 5 measured matrix showed improvement. but goal was not met. On this slide, detail. Starting on the left, the pie chart breaks down all delay incidents by category, with the ring charts breaking down contributions for the 4 largest categories from the pie chart. On the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the top 10 single incidents, which represent 1,721 or 16.7% of the overall number for the quarter of 10,291 trains. The top 10 incidents represent 4% of the total delays for the quarter of train on time, which would have increased our number from 74% to 78%. The first measure in service delivery is capacity, measured by ridership. This slide shows current ridership data relative to the budget goal. This is the same data shown in regular budget updates to the board. Total ridership increased by 7.8% for the quarter. The second measure of service delivery is punctuality, train on time. For this quarter, our train on time performance, as I'd mentioned earlier, was 74%. The graph on the upper left shows the contributors to the end of line late trains by category, and the block chart on the upper right estimates which type of incidents caused those trains to be delayed. The 4 highest causes this quarter were security holds, wayside equipment, intrusions, and shortage of train operators. Train on time equals a percentage of trains arriving at terminal stations within 5 minutes of scheduled time. And a reminder, each train must make all stops to be considered on time. For example, if BPD for any reason needs to do a skip stop or run through trains at a station, all of those trains are considered not on time. Customer on time is actually a derivative of the train on time measure. Starting with actual train timing relative to schedule, we calculate how many individual customer trips were on time relative to the published schedule. Customer on time for all individual trips, or equals, for all individual trips, did the customer get to their destination station within 5 minutes of when the schedule said they should have? This is a calculated value based on most likely transfers and other assumptions. Rail asset availability. This slide is a summary of goals for the second performance area, railway asset availability. The measures in this area identify whether aspects of the railroad work together to provide end-to-end service. This quarter, performance for station equipment and revenue vehicles was good. On the detailed slide here, the block diagram on the left breaks down incidents causing delays by category, with the largest segments being in wayside equipment and transportation staffing shortage. The chart to the right draws the conclusion that the 3 largest asset-related incidents by department are in the wayside and transportation groups. They represent 3,402 of the 4,791 delays. Reliability. Revenue vehicles performed well this quarter. Notably, we are increasing our mean time between service delay measure to 6,500 hours. Also of notice is on the upper right. You'll see the worst 3 systems for delays are brake propulsion and doors, which is typical for a rail system. It's good to see that most of those delays were in legacy cars, which is a good sign. And as we continue to retire those vehicles, the performance should continue to climb. I will make note, though, that the discrepancy in doors, as you see it displayed in the upper right, is based on a bug that we're chasing in the fleet of the future, and they believe that they've remedied it with the last software drop. On the right-hand side of the far right-hand side of this slide, I'd like to point out the bar, which represents our fleet configuration. And as of November 18th, Fleet of the Future approaches half of the operating fleet. Wayside equipment. Both of the wayside train control measures that this quarter were affected by small numbers of significant system failures over the summer months that subsided later in the quarter. Wayside equipment railway. The traction power measure was highly influenced by the large single day event that we had in the TBT. The track system measurement goal for the quarter was highly influenced by the sea line derailment and weather impacts due to the heat file that we've introduced to the system. It is notable that the track system measure underreports the impact of the sea line derailment, specifically the impact of the long-term slow order that was in place until early November on the sea line. Delay incidents are triggered by a 5-minute train delay. The slow order delayed each train on the sea line by approximately 3 minutes. Recovery from 2022. All of the calendar year of 2022 was challenging for BART operating performance. BART has been operating with train on time performance in the upper 80 range prior to the pandemic. When BART service frequency was reduced during the pandemic, train on time rose above 90%. When service levels were increased in August of 2021, the train operator shortage led to train cancellations and train on time began to drop. Entering 2022, the red line cable fault in the spring our line cable fault in the spring, followed by the sea line derailment in the summer, added to the staffing shortage cancellations to further decrease train on time performance. Our outlook has things are definitely looking up. Draft figures for train on time for October are at 81%. And the month of November, we were at 77%. We estimate the performance will continue to improve throughout 2023. Operations transportation. Transportation has always been a very small contribution of train delays. But as you can see on the block diagram to the right, this is accentuated that staff shortage is the main cause of delays in this area. We are recruiting heavily and made it a priority to hire staff and it continues to remain the highest priority. 1,208 staffing delays or canceled trains equals 11.7% of delays due to the incidents for the quarter. Train operator staffing. BART continues to recruit and train new train operators using all resources. We predict achieving full staffing in about a year, depending on the rate of staff departures. The rate of train cancellations, though, will slow well before full staffing is achieved. We made goal on elevators, as you can see from this slide. We made goal on escalators. Automatic fare collection, we had goal met. A summary of customer experience. The third performance area is customer experience. These measures include data from complaints filed by BART customer service, as well as data from specific responses to BART passenger environment surveys. Customer service ratings and complaints reflect the low train on-time performance levels for 2022. We're predicting train performance to improve moving forward, and we expect our customer service measures to follow. Customer service, the composite rating for the service was rated at 73.6%. Our environment in stations. Perceptions of the stations were in good this quarter. Environment in trains. We also had a good customer reaction to train equipment this quarter. Customer ratings for code of conduct issues were slightly lower this quarter. Transient score had a slight decrease from the previous quarter. The trend line has stayed relative consistent over the past 3 quarters. Station vandalism and graffiti did increase slightly. Summary of safety and security. The fourth and final performance area in safety and security. 4 out of 6 safety metrics met goal this quarter. Vehicle, station, door openings, and rules violations all met goal. Safety passenger, we met goal. Both measures for passenger safety met goal this quarter. We had a 33.58% performance decrease from previous quarter. And on vehicle incidents, 25.5% performance improvement from previous quarter. Safety employee. Both measures for employee safety were slightly above goal. Our lost time due to injuries, we had a 20.7% performance decrease from the previous quarter. And on recordable injuries, a 13.5% performance decrease from the previous quarter. Safety procedure violations. Both measures for procedure violations met goal this quarter. There were no rules violations in the month of August and September, so we finished strong. Now I would like to pass the presentation over to Chief Alvarez.
Good afternoon, directors. Ed Alvarez, Chief of Police. So for the category of BART police presence, we came in at 9.61% on the survey, which is well below the QPR goal of 12%. But we are continuing to emphasize the importance of visibility and presence to all uniformed personnel. The men and women of the BART Police Department are out in the system, riding our trains and walking the platforms more so than at any point before. They provide visible deterrence of criminal activity. We've also adjusted our patrol sign-up and deployment strategy to reduce the mandatory overtime and to provide additional presence in stations and on trains, especially during the evening hours. We are continuing to work collaboratively with SFPD and our community stakeholders at both 24th Street and Civic Center to increase our presence not only in the stations and stairwells, but also around the immediate area to deal with the criminal activity and drug use, which impacts our passengers and our employees. Our response time goal this quarter was met at 4 minutes, which is below the set quarterly goal of 5 minutes for emergency calls. Crimes against persons. The category of crimes against persons showed a performance decrease from 128 reported incidents in Q4 to 105 this quarter. Of the reported incidents, 25 were robberies, and we had an additional 29 that were robberies that involved the taking of an electronic device with force, and another 43 involving electronic devices that were taken from the person without force, that are known as the snatch and runs. Unfortunately, this quarter we had the homicide that occurred on August 28th at the 24th Street Plaza that subsequently led to an arrest of the suspect due to some hard work by our Detective Bureau and in collaboration with the SFPD as well. While performance in this category is impacted by regional crime trends, our efforts to increase presence in the system seeks to reassure passengers and employees that BART is safe. For bike theft, the goal for reducing bike thefts was met with 48 thefts during this quarter. We continue to be well under the quarterly goal of fewer than 100. For auto theft, our goal was met in this category as well. We came in at 1.02 crimes per 1,000 parking spaces compared with the quarterly goal of 2.25 per 1,000. For this quarter, we had a total of 54 reported stolen vehicles. And for auto burglary, we had the goal was met, coming in at 1.95 crimes per 1,000 parking spaces, which is under our goal of 6. We had 103 reported incidents. We continue our visibility efforts in all our parking lots and structures by our officers and our other uniformed personnel. And that concludes the QPR. We're available for questions and comments. Thank you.
And feedback.
And feedback.
Is there any public comment on this item?
I didn't receive any speaker cards and I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Any directors wish to be heard? Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Just a bunch of questions here. First, I'll start by just saying I know it was a really difficult quarter for the district again. And we can see, especially in the customer service ratings, that our riders are also feeling and seeing that is a difficult quarter. So without, hammering too much on the problems of our past, just looking at the current quarter we're in, how is it looking? And really for you, Shane, how are staff managing our equipment challenges to really improve that on-time performance?
Thank you for the question. So one aspect of what really drove the last quarter was some of the self-imposed slow orders, is the way I'll put it, through infrastructure improvements. Those slow orders have now been removed, namely at A77 in Hayward, as well as the C line between Pleasant Hill and Concord is back up to normal speed. Those were pretty huge and hit us long-term for upwards of over 4 to 5 months. That being said, construction is somewhat in a lull, so we don't have any heavy planned work until C15, which is between MacArthur and the Berkeley Hill and Rockridge, starting in the months of March of next year. And we're going to be more proactive in the future to look at the length of those slow orders, how they'll affect our times on the schedule, and trying to minimize the length of those. We're constrained by those previous slow orders due to the fact that this train control system is very sectionalized. So we're not going to wait for CBTC. We're going to re-implement some changes that will allow us to shorten those slow orders and not be such a factor on our passengers' ride time. We're also we're continuing with the cable construction as well, which was a huge factor over the last 2 quarters. And from a delivery standpoint, besides the rain, we feel strong that we're in a better place right now and we're headed in the right direction. We've graduated 1 class of train operators in the month of November. We have 1 more class graduating in the month of January. We've already seen some improvements in our canceled trains from those new operators. And we feel like this 3rd class that we'll get in April might really solidify us, not to get us to full staffing, but to the trend line trending back together, that we'll have less canceled trains in the future.
Okay, well, I'm hoping we're turning the corner, because I think we sort of got to. So thank you for everything you're doing, and we'll see the next QPR when it comes. For you, Chief, the other really concerning trend for me is the increase in Part 1 crimes. It's been increased over the last couple of quarters as well. What's going on, and what can you share about your staffing and operations around this?
So our Part 1 crimes are, they're still pretty consistent, but I think they're trending with the increase in ridership as well. We did have a group of juveniles that was running wild for a little bit, for lack of a better term, just committing robberies, stealing cell phones. And we tend to see that when there's new releases of cell phones and they know that they're out there. They just come onto our system. So that was sort of the uptick. You saw a lot of our numbers were robberies, and they were related to electronic theft. So that's kind of what happened there.
And that situation is now under control?
It is. Yeah, we arrested a group of them at Powell Street a couple weeks back, actually.
Okay. Yeah, again, I'm hoping we're like turning corners, and the actions you and your... What a jam. It's like breaking it down.
You're tying us up.
Okay, well, no more questions. I do have a couple additional comments here.
Unless you can sing along.
I cannot, and no one wants to hear that. All right, so more seriously, I do really appreciate that you're revamping the QPR. I think a lot of these charts are much more accessible. I again sort of this like, hey, let's change it up to make more sense, make it more accessible, and make stuff easier for us to sort of take in. So I always appreciate these changes. And I like the grouping of the KPIs. I like the general direction you're going in. I think there's still some improvements that you're all probably working on and tweaking for the next one. So as you work on your next KPRs, some hopes and dreams I have, like in general, what I ultimately want to see is how decisions either made by this board, for example, the acceptance of the $2 million from OEWD in San Francisco to increase attendance, or decisions you've all made, either changing of operations on the police side, or major improvements in safe good repair because we finished so-and-so, safe good repair project. I want to see how those things play out on the QPR, the KPI side of things, right? And for us to be able to like go from point A to point B and understand how the decisions we are making as a board or as staff are actually improving the ridership experience and what our riders are seeing out there. So to that end, just some specific recommendations. First, I still want a better breakdown and understanding of on-time performance. I still want to see the rates and the impact of canceled trains versus rather than just as like aggregate as part of, overall delays. All delays are also not made the same. I think I really like that chart where you can see like all the different reasons the incident causes. But it would also be good to see the incident causes versus overall incident delay time, because some incidents cause much bigger delays while some are just like, I had to wait an additional like 6-7 minutes versus I'm gonna have to get out of the station and find another way to get somewhere. Second, I don't think this needs to be done every quarter for every metric, but it would be helpful to see how, as I said, certain actions staff are taking are helping improve some of these KPIs, and for you to highlight and drill down on those in particular quarters. For example, around the staff shortage, the staff shortage is really affecting our operations related train delays. And I know that Alaric and the HR team is really pushing forward and making progress to fill these vacancies. Shane, just as you noted specifically around train controllers, it would be good to see how, for example, those incoming classes and those hires to show that progress and say like, hey, look, you can see here that our operations related train delays have actually gone down. And so like, I think for particular quarters to show some of like the positive trends because of the actions that have been taken, I think it'll just help us understand these KPIs a little bit more so that when we have to take these actions, like we understand the end impact. And then lastly, for some of our QPR stats around safety, again, you don't need to do this every quarter. Like, please don't do this every quarter. But in particular quarters, I think it'd be helpful to see the breakdown of particularly the police presence numbers. And I hope that our question that our survey takers asked are not only about police, because I know we had made an effort to change that to just uniform presence. Anyway, I'd like to see a breakdown of specifically the police presence numbers and the Part 1 crimes, ideally by station, because we know there are particular stations where we know that safety issues, crime issues arise more than others. So for example, I'd like to see those police presence, uniform presence numbers, particularly for the 4 downtown stations, especially as we are increasing attendant presence there as well. Like, I'd love to see for the QPR that's going to be January, February, March next year, and that gets presented, midway in 2023, like, I'd like to see how those police presence numbers are changing for those specific stations. So anyway, just some hopes and dreams here, but I appreciate your answers to my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Dufty. I appreciate the reimagined presentation format. I have a couple of suggestions that I want to share. I'm not going to reiterate all the comments that I concur with from Director Lee, but cancellations are a big deal for us. And putting the rider first, the first thing that happens when they see a cancellation notice is, what do I do? And so we had this discussion, Shane, about what can we put up on the signboards that can indicate the next step, that there are alternatives, perhaps. I had an incident where a passenger missed a train that was canceled at Richmond. This individual was going to the SFO, and they had the wherewithal to say, oh, I'm just going to get on the next train and go to MacArthur and catch an A-line train then. So I'm wondering if you explored this with our scheduling group and the train control, see if we can put up information for the passengers when we cancel a train.
We haven't specifically, Director Abram, but Mr. McCormick, who's the guru, is sitting behind me taking good notes. So we'll come back to you.
Thank you. I think it'd be much appreciated. And in the other category of areas where I wish I could take credit for this idea, it's regarding police and police presence, which, you know, we bit the bullet and said, gee, we want to create a whole new policing bureau and have a police presence on the platforms and on the trains. A friend of mine's visiting New York City right now. This individual sent me a note that he was at a station and saw officers on the platform, and then he heard an announcement that went something like, if you have any concerns, there's a New York Police Department officer at this station. I think that could be a very proactive thing that we could share with our passengers. It would be comforting to know. It would also, many people don't look up from their phones to see if there's an officer, but just to know and hear. And of course, there would be operational aspects to this that you don't necessarily always want to announce that an officer's entered the platform. But I think figuring out a way to convey that sort of sentiment, and maybe we can use our good graces with New York to find out, you know, how it's working for them and what their experience is. That's all I have to offer today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen.
Thank you. Yeah, so still concerning that we're, you know, I guess we're making headway in some areas, but not in others. A couple of questions for the chief. How many officers do we have assigned to riding the trains now? Do we have full-time train teams? And if so, how many?
We don't, Director Allen. We have our officers, part of our SOPs, our standard operating procedures, is that every officer who's out in the beat has to ride a minimum of 4 trains per shift. So that's kind of how we get our presence, in addition to getting our ambassadors and our CSOs on the trains as well. But we don't have a full-time train team right now.
Okay, so to be clear, ambassadors and CSOs are not police officers. They have no authority. And so my question was about police officers, because we used to have I believe we had 10 assigned to all day riding the train. And I'm curious, when did we end that?
So we did have them. We actually got up to 8, and when we broke out the police officer positions for the Progressive Policing Bureau, we put some of those officers onto that team. And then we just our staffing shortages. We have a lot of people we have like 18 officers that are out on injury, and then we have just our 27 vacancies as well. So that's why we had to redeploy our patrol sign up to make sure we had enough officers in patrol.
So we have 45 people, not police officers, not working of the
Yep. If you include the vacancies, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, if you include the vacancies, correct.
Yeah, I think that's what it was when I started here in 2017. It seems like we've gone woefully backwards there. That's really concerning to me. So Okay, so of the people who we are detaining or arresting for the increasing crime in the system, how many of them are found to have paid a fare?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I'll give you an estimate, probably about 60-ish%, probably.
60%?
Pretty close, yes. If I had to guess, I don't have that exact number, but I can
Yeah,
get that.
I'd like to see the data because I think the last time that data was done, it was much higher. So it seems that the staffing issue continues. So I guess this is not for you, Chief, but for Shane. Or this is probably really a statement and question for our general manager more so than anyone else. It seems that the staffing issue continues to instigate more delays and even canceled trains. We're still struggling with that. I know we're trying very hard to make progress there, but the canceled trains and the delays and the promise of trains coming that don't come, this is really maddening to riders. And I think this is actually now the number one complaint I hear about from riders who email and text and message me in various forms. And I'm just wondering, I think it was Walt Disney that managed his large organization with a concept of under promising and over delivering. And I just wonder if that doesn't really apply here, that we are really not delivering on the promises that we've made because we've expanded the service and we don't have the personnel to actually deliver it. And so I would like for Bob to comment on this a little bit. Have we thought about really taking a look at some of the least utilized train services and looked at maybe suspending them for a short time, a temporary time, until we can really reach an equilibrium here where we can really solidly deliver on the promises that we make, and the promise is the schedule that we give to people, right? And regular working people are really counting on us meeting that schedule for them. It's a promise we make to them. And I just feel like right now we are under delivering on that promise. And so I'm just wondering if we can look at some temporary measures to sort of equalize this until we can get this hiring situation under control.
Director Allen, I appreciate those comments. From my perspective as the general manager, it's kind of the opposite. What I'm doing and what I'm going to continue to do is focus doubling down on our efforts on hiring. We have a very robust plan in place, led by Alaric DeGraff and Reed. He's sitting right down here with us. On hiring, you heard from Shane Edwards, the AGM of operations. As far as train operators, a class just came on board, one just finished, and he's got another class coming in the January timeframe. Ravi Misra, the CIO, has worked with DeGraff and Reed on charting out train operators and matched against, what our goal is to have train operators online with the extra board. So we've mapped that out and digitalized that. And we have a dashboard that we use right now. You saw one of those slides in the QPR that just came out right here. That was, I don't know, slide 17 or something like that. That same type of effort is going to be used, is being pulled together for our sworn officers. We have 2 dedicated HR recruitment specialists that are working with the Chief Alvarez on hiring. We're trying to expedite the background checks for folks. So I don't think we're, just a difference of opinion, Director Allen, I don't think that's the direction to go in. I think the direction to go in is to double down on the hiring. And that's the direction that I'm leading this organization in.
Okay, thank you for your response. And just with respect to, wanted to comment on Director Rayburn's idea of what they do in New York. I like that idea. There's only one problem, as we heard from our chief just now. We now have 45 really vacant temporary or not temporary vacant positions of our 189 police officers. And so there's not nearly enough people to have a police officer in every station, though I would love for us to actually set a goal of having at least one police officer assigned to every station. Some obviously need more than that. To me, that's the point at which we become fully staffed in our police department. But that has to be police officers. It cannot be substituted with people that we are contracting from, social service programs to be ambassadors. They're just, you cannot replace one with the other. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So Chief, I just wanted to get some clarification on these security holds, because it looks like on punctuality, it's like 20%. And the other 20% would be wayside. That's another question for Shane. But for the security holds, I guess you said skip and stop and run throughs. Can you just explain like what that is and why this is happening? It's a significant, did I get that correct, those terms?
So there are incidents, Director Ames, where we will have to hold the train out of a station or run through a station if there's an incident that requires that. If there's a person with a weapon at a station or things like that. So those are some of the delays I think AGM Shane Edwards was referring to. So it was just strategic for our officers and their safety that we have to move trains or hold trains or run through stations until we get a response, an adequate response to the situation.
So I guess because it's 20%, I mean, it's a significant amount to have this happen. So is there like a way to avoid this somehow, or you need more officers to show up is the problem?
Well, it depends on the situation, right, and the location of where the incident is occurring. If it's on a train or if it's at a station, so it all depends. It depends on the situation.
Okay, so it's
Director Ames, I'm sorry, he's always going to have an eye towards safety first. I mean, we'll take a delay versus endangering our passengers or endangering our employees.
Oh, no, I understand we have to do that. I'm just trying to figure out a way to prevent that, because that's a significant problem and it's 20% of our punctuality metric. So I know we have to do this. I'm just saying, what kind of preventive ways can we do to stop that? Because those are significant incidents, right? We have to stop. We have to make the trains pass through. And to me, that's another big issue that we're facing. I guess it's getting worse. I mean, it seems like it's getting worse. I'm not sure. I didn't look at the.
Well, I don't know if it's getting worse, Director. But our dispatch center is in constant communication with the OCC anytime there's a train-related incident or station closures or things like that. So we do the best we can to clear a call as fast as we can and as safely as we can. So that's our number one priority. And once we get that done, we give OCC the green light to move trains in and open stations.
I guess maybe this does equate to police presence. I'm not sure what would stop something that it's that significant. Or maybe these are just a crime that happens spontaneously and it's hard to predict.
So I'll give you an example. So when we had the unfortunate homicide at 24th Street, the victim came onto our platform. So now that becomes a crime scene. So we have to close the station down, and until the coroner shows up and the cleaning of the bodily liquids and all that stuff, right? So there's a process. So sometimes we can't control that. There's some times where the coroner's bureau might take hours to get to a scene, and the station's got to remain closed. We got to do run-throughs or things like that. So again, every situation is going to dictate a different response.
Okay, well, thank you for explaining this. It's just disconcerting to have this happen, and it's 20% of our punctuality. It's more than that, obviously. There's a security problem. And then the other issue would be wayside equipment. That's another 20% of our punctuality problem. So, Shane, what are your thoughts on the wayside equipment and or how we're going to address these issues?
So that's another one that's depending on the asset. It's everything that affects the wayside. So, for example, September 23rd, I believe it was the day that we had to single track through the tube for the entire day. That all that delay goes to wayside equipment because of the power. we've restored that redundancy now and we're okay. But, it's those sort of interruptions that have an accumulative effect on everything else. And just one point I'd like to make on the run-throughs. I was trying to give you an example of with service delivery and trains not on time. And the idea is if somebody doesn't make it to their destination as scheduled, then that constitutes a train not on time. It doesn't, we're always going to take the safest route. And that's what I was getting at with that example, because that's the extreme. But that happens, and it could happen for a multitude of reasons. But that's not captured always in the top 10. So I made a point to say that out of 10,291 delayed trains, it's still a very small number, the top 10 in the grand scheme of things. And there's so many things that happen that make that canceled train number grow. That's all I was giving you an example of. So as far as assets go, though, I did mention the slow orders. A77 was self-inflicted due to a good business decision to build up our infrastructure. We're not going to have to worry about A77 for a long, long time. The same thing at the Sea Line derailment area. We have fortified that now to a point to where we feel confident that with the heat file next summer, we will be in a good place, and we will continue to inspect and maintain that very vigorously because it is a known area. That being said, though, we will minimize those expected delays going forward through construction and respond better, hopefully, to the ones that aren't expected.
Okay, thank you. Good report. I like the new model or the new graphics. Thank you.
Director Foley.
Thank you, Chair Dufty. Just a couple of quick items. I too think that the new formatted report is much more digestible and it's easier on the eyes when trying to understand trends. So keep up the good work. I do also support the GM's efforts around hiring. I don't know that it's improving at this point, and so we might need to look outside the box if we find that, trying to bring new people on board just isn't happening. If hires aren't there, we need to find a different way to attract people to come to the agency. So
Agreed.
I did note, and this is something Shane and I talked about, that, close to half of these delays we own. It's things that we can control through the state of good repair. So I just want us to, with an eye forward, how do we be more proactive in minimizing those? I know there are issues that we can't control, the weather, passenger behavior, things of that sort. But those that we can control, let's really work on trying to reduce those numbers, because then, we've done what we can to ensure that we've minimized those delays. And I guess the last thing is maybe more of an ask, but, not all train cancellations are created equal. An 11:30 p.m. cancellation for 5 passengers, to me, has a greater impact than a 4:30 p.m. with a full platform. I mean, it's less people, but I really think the time of day, nights and weekend cancellations, have a much greater impact on our riders than having to wait 15 minutes for the next train potentially. So do we have a breakdown of the numbers by time of day? But when do those cancellations occur? What are evenings and weekends?
I don't have that information, Director, but we can, if we do a canceled train slide in our future QPRs, we can do those breakdowns in the future.
Understood. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what that looks like, because again, I think that the impacts would be greater as we reduce the time of service and frequency when you take a train out later in the day. So
yes, sir.
Anyway, with that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we've completed this item, and I'll refer back to the president.
Thank you. We'll now move on to board matters. We'll take items 11A, B, and C together. So please get in the queue if you would like to speak. And I'm actually going to start off. Really sad news yesterday, and I've an in memoriam. We'd like to dedicate this meeting in memory of Hale Zukas, who passed away yesterday at the age of 79. He just is one of the most impactful people in the Bay Area, especially for the rights of the disability community. And he was so important to making advances at BART and really in the world with some of the starts he started locally in Berkeley. Hale was a founding member of the Center for Independent Living, and his steadfast commitment for barrier-free and equal access laid the foundation for city curb cuts, which again started in Berkeley and then went national and international, the Americans with Disability Act, and the BART Accessibility Task Force, and many other advances in BART. BART, I think maybe a year or two ago, put out a video about Hale Zukas, and maybe staff can send that around again. We could share that, but actually I think it was shared on social media yesterday. It's worth watching if you haven't yet. And we'll miss his leadership at BART. I'll miss him as a constituent. I communicated with him frequently. He often had ideas and questions and good ones. And he just was, tenacious about finding solutions that worked for everyone. So he'll be greatly missed, and I'd like to adjourn in his memory. So next I'll go to Director Rayburn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I simply wanted to say thank you to Rod Lee and Ravi Misra. I was pleasantly surprised to see the digital displays on the eBART trains working today. And so thank you for taking on and tackling that, what became a Herculean effort with the loss of a vendor and us trying to get that working again. So thank you very much for your assistance in making that happen.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that December 1st is World AIDS Day, and very significant in our world and in our country, and particularly in the Bay Area. So I just want to underscore that the worldwide epidemic of AIDS and HIV has not ended. There's not access to medicines and treatments equitably around the world. And unfortunately, marginalized gay and non-gay identifying men and individuals are still testing positive and becoming infected by the HIV virus. So I just wanted to take a note to acknowledge it and to say that I know many of us here have lost people to the AIDS epidemic, and it makes an indelible impression on our lives throughout. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other directors in the queue, so we can adjourn this regular meeting, and we will immediately convene the special board meeting, and I'd like to ask the district secretary to call the roll.
Director Foley,
Present.
Vice President Lee. Here. Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Allen,
Here.
Director Ames,
Here.
Director Dufty, President Saltzman.
Here.
Oh, did I say here?
Oh, my apologies.
No, it's okay.
Director Simon.
We're all here, great. So next we'll go to public comment on item 3 only. Is there any public comment?
We have one hand. We have one hand raised, President Saltzman. Andrew Klein, please go ahead. Andrew, you've been unmuted. You may go ahead. I think maybe we don't have Andrew on the line.
Okay, Andrew, and if you're having technical difficulties, if you want to raise your hand later, we can recognize you again. And I think that's the end of public comment. So we will go to item 3, reject all proposals and request new proposals for the procurement of fare gates.
Good afternoon again, Directors, Deputy General Manager Jones. So as you are aware, BART received proposals for the Next Generation Fare Gates RFP in mid-October of 2022. Prior to staff issuing this RFP, the board authorized the general manager to bid this work based on a competitive negotiation framework. One of the benefits to this type of procurement is that the district can ultimately select the proposal that is most advantageous to BART, as opposed to a traditional minimum technical requirement low bid that we typically bring before you. Upon receipt of the proposals, the GM and I were notified that the structure of this RFP was written more in alignment with the traditional pass-fail low bid RFP versus a document that would allow the proposers to outline their overall approach to delivering the fare gates and then allowing the space to conduct negotiations based on that approach. We believe this structure made the RFP unnecessarily onerous and may have impacted proposers' approaches to responding, which could ultimately impact the quality of the fare gate delivered to BART. For these reasons, we are recommending that the board reject all proposals and authorize staff to immediately reissue the RFP. Since this was brought to our attention, we have significantly revised the RFP document and are ready to republish as early as tomorrow with an anticipated EDD to the board in May of 2023, resulting in approximately a 3-month delay in selecting a firm for this project. Lastly, I understand that we have missed a significant milestone in replacing our fare gates as a result of this error, but I also want to point out that there is still a path forward for us to meet our target completion date of 2026. With that, President Saltzman, the motion is in your EDD, and Bob, Sylvia, or I are happy to ask questions, happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm realizing I think I'm still in the old meeting on here. Okay, Director Rayburn.
Sure. What are the names of the 3 firms that were in the bid documents, submitted ballot bids?
So you are correct, Director Rayburn. There are 3 firms, Conduit, S-Traffic, and Cubic.
S is in?
Sam.
Sam, okay. Okay, thank you.
Do any other board members have comments? Director Allen?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, I think I expressed this the other day before this meeting. I'm very disappointed to see this delayed yet again. We were supposed to have been awarding a contract in December originally, then that was pushed to March. I'm not really sure, DGM Jones, can you explain why, I think you told me that your plan was to have responses back sometime in mid-January. And so then why do we need to delay this for another 4 months after that? Why does it take 4 months?
Well, I don't know if it's 4 months. I think we're proposing May, which would be less than 4 months, but it's a competitive negotiation. And so you could have a situation, Director Allen, in which there are more than one qualified firms and we're working on best and final offers and price proposals. And so we want to allow the time for that the space and the time to be able to do that successfully.
I think originally you got the bid opening was on October 11th, correct?
That is correct.
And we were originally supposed to award, I think at this meeting, but then was pushed off to March. But if we push this off only less than a month with respect to getting a new bid opening, I'm not sure how we need, and my understanding is they're probably the same 3 bidders at least, maybe somebody else enters it, but it's likely to be the same 3 proposals. I know you're saying that's what you're going to do, and I guess I don't really have any control over it, but that's very disappointing to me too, that you cannot expedite this given the errors that were made in this process that got us to this point.
So Director, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but the GM is whispering in my ear correctly. It could go quicker than that, Director, but the last thing we want to do is have another false start. If we get into negotiations and they go smoothly, there's a potential we can bring it back to the board sooner. But I want to be able to have give staff the opportunity to have the space to make sure we bring a good award recommendation back to the board.
Well, I want you to do that too, and I hope it does go sooner, but I also want you to light a fire under staff, because this has been going on for 4 years. And I think, well, almost at least 3 years since this board actually approved the selection of a vendor and going forward for new fare gates. And I think that's long enough, because really, this is the only project. I don't know why this hasn't been made a bigger priority until this point, but this is the only project that we have that pays for itself over a very short period of time compared to the useful life of the asset. And in addition to that, this project can have a substantial impact on many of those QPR metrics that we talked about earlier, that the riders survey continues, the riders continue to be unhappy about. This is the project that can help us start to mitigate some of the crime and some of the other things that go on in our system that our regular daily riders are really unhappy about. So I'm asking you, I am begging you, please expedite this and please make this a priority now, and make it a priority to go find the funding and light the fire under our advocacy people and our staff to really get this going. And if we don't have the staff or the right staff to make this happen quickly, then I would suggest that we reach out to HNTB. They actually have a person that has been on call for this project for more than 4 years, or probably at least 4 years. And let's just hire somebody who can actually lead the way and drive this thing and get it done. I completely understand that we are understaffed, and perhaps our team that has been working on this may not have the time, along with all the other things they have to do. But we do have this ability to hire, and we have a person who is knowledgeable about this project on a contract level. And so I'm hopeful that we will just really do what we can and pull out all the stops to get this done. Thank you.
Any other directors wish to speak? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Director Dufty.
Thank you. I just want to say difficult things happen and mistakes happen. And I know that the leaders of this agency are deeply concerned about this and are going to do everything possible. So just for the record, I believe I speak for a number of members of this board that want there to be success, understand that sometimes the thing that we want the most to happen hits a bump in the road, but I have confidence and I know that you and the team will work hard. And so we all care deeply about this, but I speak with you personally about it. And I think that that's okay. And it's okay to speak publicly about it, but I just want to make my record clear. And from the sense that I see from folks around me on this board, that we understand that things can happen that can be beyond control, and we know you'll do the best to bring this project forward. And this board has been unanimous in supporting new fare gates. It is not a political issue on this board. It is a priority to everyone, and I think everyone in the leadership of this agency seeing how important it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Lee.
I'm just going to verbally and vocally support what Director Dufty just said and say I'm in full agreement. I would further say that I have been so impressed with the team over the years that has worked at BART, that has worked on fare gates, from the excitement from the engineers and some of the interns you brought in to prototype some of the ideas, to the willingness to try stuff that was really incredibly unpopular. And, we've had to change things to get to the prototype that has gone in at Rockridge, which I think looks great. And I would really absolutely shout out Pam and particularly Priya on that side of the house to secure the funding. And every single time I'm ever talking to with San Francisco supervisor to SFCTA staff to state legislators to even when we were sitting down when I was joining Emily in DC to sit down with Speaker Pelosi's chief of staff. Guess what was always top of the agenda was always funding for Fairgates. So I know how much time you all have spent and how much you care. And this is a very unfortunate and incident that happened, and it sucks. That's what it is. It absolutely sucks. We all think it sucks. We don't like to have a special meeting. You all don't want to stay any longer to have a special meeting to reject all bids and then do this process again. So, Bob, when I spoke to you, I was like, I'm not going to bug you too much about like what you're going to do to fix this problem, because you sure as hell don't want to have to do this again for any kind of contract ever in your time as GM. So all I'll say is that it sucks. I recognize that we have to move forward to reject all bids. And I would say whatever you can do to hurry it up, please do. And that I fully trust you, Sylvia, and the rest of the team you got to get it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
I move approval.
I have a motion from Director Rayburn, a second by Director Simon. I just want to check before we go to the vote. I see Andrew Klein's hand is still up, so if we can just check to see if he's able to unmute. If not, we'll go to the vote.
Andrew, please go ahead. You are unmuted, so you should be able to speak and be heard. Andrew?
Okay, then we will go to the vote.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Simon. Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yay.
Director Dufty. President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and that concludes this meeting. Thank you.
If you want to, you always want to find me.